communication with print media. Everything SOS Graphic Design does has a single unifying objective: to set your business apart. We are at your service. Call 313-342-2166. That's 313-342-2166, or online at www.sosgraphicdesigns.com.
Have you ever searched through a shelf full of greeting cards and still couldn't find the one that echoes how you felt? Well, search no more and call Designs by Deej. We offer birthday cards. Our cards are one-of-a-kind keepsake items that your recipient will want to place on their mantle with all of their other beautiful and treasured items. We also offer holiday cards. With Designs by Deej, no holiday will go unnoticed. Our unique greeting cards are sure to celebrate all holidays. We also have cards for special occasions. We are your one-stop shop for unique and three-dimensional, handmade greeting cards for all occasions. Specializing, we also take custom orders. Every card is crafted with care and made with love. So call Designs by Deej today at 601-451-9536 or visit our website, www.designsbydeej.com.
Pick up your copy of the Son of Man Speaks magazine today. With the Son of Man Speaks magazine, you'll receive automotive tips, wholesome recipes, financial advice, and most importantly, a true understanding of the Word of God. Get your copy of the Son of Man Speaks from these select locations: Sisters Braid 2, 18070 Mount Elliott, the Shell Gas Station, 13110 West 7 Mile Road. To get a subscription, call 601-786-9788. That's 601-786-9788. The Son of Man Speaks magazine, dedicated to becoming free indeed.
The new Sisters Braid 2 Hair Braiding and Natural Hair Care Salon, located at 18070 Mount Elliott Street. Our new salon is spacious with adequate parking, Wi-Fi, and all brand new state-of-the-art salon equipment. Come meet your local hair braiders and natural hair care specialists, and check out our many hair care services, such as hair treatments, box braids, cornrows, tree braids, Havana twists, children's braids, natural twists, lock extensions, kinky twists, goddess locks, updos, full weaves, and more. Please feel free to visit us on the web at www.sistersbraid2.com or call 313-826-0498. Here at Sisters Braid 2, we offer exceptional care for exceptional hair. We look forward to seeing you. Sisters Braid.
Don't worry, I'm gonna let you read what they had to say.
Unity and Rebuilding Fund.
We would like to
before
support the efforts of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. Visit the website at www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. That's www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. We often hear how we need to work together and rebuild the city, and we're actually doing it. You can make online donations and click on links to track the progress of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. And for more information, 313-868-0000 is a local number. Again, 313-868-0000.
What you looking for?
Support the Unity and Rebuilding.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of reading the Holy Scripture and not really understanding what you read? And if you're reasonably sure,
Conference recording started.
You know, with someone that has a different view than your own,
recording
then let's
started.
talk with one another. Then let's reason with one another on a scriptural discussion with the Son of Man every Wednesday at 9 p.m., Friday at 9 p.m., and Sunday at 12 noon on WHPR TV Detroit Live, 88.1 FM WHPR, and Comcast Cable. Why don't you call and discuss the Holy Bible, and if you have one, the Holy Quran, and come to an agreement about the Holy Scriptures and their true meaning? You can call in live on the air at area code 313-868-4336. 313-868-0342 or 313-868-0351. That's 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0351. And now, let's go live with a scriptural discussion.
Conference recording started.
Oh, pardon us a moment. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, the Truthful, and the Most Just, I greet all of you who are hungry and thirsty for truth and righteousness. I greet you all with the greeting words of peace. May Allah's Salam Alaikum. You need to adjust that our flag isn't in there. I want to introduce to some of you and reintroduce to others of you our guest this evening. She is a virologist and, as we say, a scientist. Dr. A. Oveta Fuller, PhD. Oveta Fuller is an associate professor of microbiology and immunology in the medical school and faculty in the STEM initiative of the African Studies Center, ASC, at the University of Michigan, UM. She is an adjunct professor at Payne Theological Seminary, PTS, and an ordained itinerant elder and former pastor of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. As a scientist who studies and teaches about viruses, a virologist, Dr. Fuller's laboratory team published research on herpes simplex and influenza viruses. She teaches UM medical graduate, dental, and undergraduate students about human virus pathogens. Current implementation research science with the trusted messenger intervention that she developed engages networks of religious leaders as gatekeepers for effective disease prevention. She teaches in intensive courses at PTS what effective clergy should know about HIV/AIDS and health matters, what effective leaders should know to divinity graduate students from across the United States of America. Dr. Fuller earned a BA biology and a PhD microbiology and immunology from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and was a virology postdoctoral fellow at the University of Chicago. Her research has been funded by National Institutes of Health and National Science Foundation grants. She is a fellow of the Ford Foundation from 1986, the J. William Fulbright 2012 programs, and an inaugural graduate of the Ansbacher Women in Academic Leadership program. a 2015 through 16 in sociology at Duke University explored use of religious leader networks in disease prevention. She has received academic and numerous community awards in recognition of contributions. Dr. Fuller lived most of 2013 in the southern African country of Zambia, conducting studies using the trusted messenger approach with HIV, AIDS, and other diseases. During the 2020 global emergence of SARS, coronavirus 2, the COVID-19 virus, she has engaged in transferring science-based insight to communities through webinars, articles, visual, and other media platforms to engage multiple networks. These include religious leaders, seminarians, university students, African American community leaders, journalists, elected politicians, educators, parent coalitions, and the general public. She and her spouse, Dr. Jerry Caldwell, are parents of 3 beautiful young adults. And we want to re-welcome Dr. A. Oveta Fuller into our class this evening to share with us, again, as I told her, that her invitation here is an open invitation, that at any time this forum is open to her and her constituents and her peers, because they know things that we don't know. The Word of God, of which I claim to be the representative, teaches me to be subject, humble myself to those who are greater in knowledge of certain things than I am. And the scripture teaches you that whosoever shall humble himself as a little child, the same is greatest in the kingdom of heaven. So it does not belittle us to recognize people who are more knowledgeable than us in certain areas. I am not a virologist. I have not been to the schools that she has been to and learned what she has learned. And I'm grateful, as we all should be grateful for her and Dr. Fauci and all of the CDC scientific communities that Allah has blessed this country and the world with. We should all be grateful to them and welcome them to come in and take charge of situations like pandemics that we cannot take charge of because we lack the knowledge. So, Dr. Fuller, I thank you for gracing us with your presence again, and you are so welcome to be in here. So you just press star 5 on your phone if you are in the 601, or star, I should say 5 star on your phone if you are in the 601 conference room. And if you are in the 717, press star 6, and that will unmute you.
Good evening. I believe someone unmuted me.
Okay.
Is that correct? You can hear
Yes,
me?
ma'am. I can hear you fine, Dr. Fuller.
I'm delighted to greet you again and to say hello. Thank you for the gracious invitation. It's nice to hear your voice again.
The feeling is mutual, and I've heard that we are on the there's a light at the end of the tunnel for this virus and its dangers, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding what y'all want us to do, so that we can follow you out of this terrible situation that we are currently in. So where do we stand now? What do you your community, the scientific community, want us to do?
I appreciate that question. I can only tell you what I understand and what I believe others think is happening, but to be honest, and I believe in honesty and straightforwardness, we can only say what we think is happening, but because we have never seen this coronavirus before, and because it changes, and because it's a global pandemic, meaning it's all over the world, or whatever's happening in the USA may not be the same thing in other places. And because it's a respiratory or airborne virus, it can move very quickly, as we have seen. So what I'm going to tell you is what we think and what we hope and we pray is happening, but it could change very easily. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. And I tell you, like, I'm a Star Trek fan. And at least I used to be.
I did not know that.
It don't come on no more. But I used to love that character, Mr. Spock. And
yes.
Once Captain Kirk told Mr. Spock, he said, "I'm more comfortable." In so many words, I'm more comfortable with your guesses than other people's facts. So you just,
well, I will receive that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm smiling because I was thinking, I hope you take this with all the due respect, is that the Son of Man is a Trekkie. How about that?
yes, ma'am. I try to remain. I want everybody to remember that we all human beings. You notice the title, Son of Man. It didn't say nothing about no son or no spook or no spirit. I'm a man. And so, I otherwise I wouldn't be able to relate to human beings if I wasn't a man. So
well,
I'm thankful.
I just thought that was amusing. If you would allow me to call you a Trekkie, that's funny. A Trekkie, yes, I think it's called Star Trek.
I'm a Trekkie.
It was a very good show. It really was.
That show taught me a lot about life. I mean, it is. You'd be surprised where you can pick up wisdom if you pay attention.
I agree. I agree. So where we think we are is, as you and others have heard, the Centers for Disease Control, or CDC, said, I believe last week, that they recommended that mask mandates would be dropped and that people should mask if they are indoors in settings where there may be lots of people and a high level of viruses in the area. Otherwise, it may be possible not to mask. And we saw that if anyone saw the State of the Union address last night at the U.S. Congress, because there were very few masks there last night and there were lots of people.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that was somewhat of a political statement. To be honest, if I were in that room last night, I would want to have worn a mask because there were lots and lots of people. And who knows where they've come from, or who knows if someone could be asymptomatically infected or whatever. But let me explain why that was a low-risk situation that they were willing to do. What we see, if we look at the numbers, and we look at several different kinds of numbers. We look at the number of new reported cases, which, as you may be aware, with Omicron, there were many cases there were many people that became COVID positive by doing at-home tests that never got an official PCR test that would be reported to their health center and thus reported in the state health numbers. So there were lots more people getting infected than was reported. And even though we saw high numbers, those were not as high as they actually were. But what happened with Omicron is that a lot of people got infected, and because they were vaccinated, and many were also boosted, the hospitals did not fill up with the number of cases that it could have, because the vaccines reduced the work. They reduced the seriousness of the illness COVID, such that people could stay home with what felt like, in some cases, the flu or possibly bad cold, or possibly some people may have had those symptoms. But from that level of infection comes a wider group of people, a larger group of people who are now have some more immunity to infection. You add that to people who the higher level of vaccinations. We're, as a country, the numbers today say that at least 69% of the people of all ages are vaccinated. That means even down to the young children. The numbers are highest in the 65 and older, somewhere around 80-90%. And of course, those under 5 cannot get vaccinated. But if you count everybody in the U.S., we are close to 70% of people having 2 vaccines. And so what that says is, when the virus first was circulating and there were people unvaccinated, we had a lot of folks who were getting infected and a lot of folks who were getting hospitalized and a lot of folks who were dying or who were left with serious COVID long-term symptoms. Because of the higher level of immunity and vaccination, we're not seeing the hospitals filling up and overflowing, and the ones who are there are typically the unvaccinated person. So the bottom line is, if you are vaccinated, you are relatively safe from serious COVID infections, and thus to help the society and our schools and other things, businesses, to move forward as people want to do, CDC thought it is a safe time to relax the mandatory mask. For me, if I am in a place, if I go in a grocery store, I like to take my mask. I like to wear my mask. If I'm in our church, and we're not fully open yet, we're only there with a few people, but whenever we're indoors with other people that are not our family members or not really spaced out, we still mask. And I say that for 2 reasons. We don't know who has underlying conditions that will not allow them to get vaccinated or whose vaccine may not be effective. Anybody with a transplant or other immune suppressive conditions, the vaccine may not be as protective. And so I think it's very useful for all of us to keep a protective mindset with us. And then secondly, we don't know when there will be a new variant that will require that we mask, that it might actually overrun the current vaccine. So I think it's a good idea to keep up the habit of being aware of when you need to have a mask, that you need to have your mask and you need to wear it. So that hopefully helps to explain why the CDC recommended that we don't always have to wear masks now, that mandated masking is no longer needed. However, use your own good sense and keep your mask available and use it. If in doubt, use the mask. Always social distance if you can. And, of course, you want to continue to wash your hands and not touch things and, not be in other people's close-up base without protection.
When Dr. Fuller, I'm gonna do just what you said, Ted. All of my children are vaccinated. All of my grandbabies that's of age to be vaccinated, they've been vaccinated. I heard what you said at the very beginning, that this virus, you're still learning about it, and so you can't make judgments about a thing, a full judgment about a thing that you don't know a full knowledge of. So
that is exactly correct.
Even Ronald Reagan used to say, I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. And that's what that's what you're telling us now. Look, it's nice to look like this thing is petering out or whatever you want to call it, but we're not out of the woods yet. We don't know what this virus might do next. So to be on the safe side, when we're around other people, where it could be being transmitted in high amounts or whatnot, mask up until you get back home. Just like this building I'm standing in now has ultraviolet lights that come on every time the air conditioning, the central unit comes on. Those lights come on and actually scrub the air or kill what's in the air. And
Yes.
we are not. You don't get a second chance to do the right thing in some cases. And when it comes to something that is as deadly as this virus has proven to be, I'm not going to expect a second chance. I'm gonna do what the scientists tell us the first time. That is what intelligence dictates. I was in the military, and we followed the instructions when we was in war. When we was in war games and in war reality, whatever the generals, whatever the leadership said do, that's what we did. There was no second guessing them. We're in a war with an unseen enemy. Even Donald Trump admitted that this virus is a war that we are fighting. Well, the scientific community are the generals. And anyone that wants to survive a war, you need to pay attention to your generals. You need to pay attention to those whose whole training was put together for moments like this. So I'm just thankful that even Minister Farrakhan, if he would have followed his own advice, I mean, you look like me, Dr. Fuller. I don't have to stand up here and say I don't trust white people, or I don't trust whatever your issue is. Whatever the issue is, a lot of them fixed it where somebody that looked like us is telling us that we're not being lied to. Take the vaccine and protect yourself and protect your family. Brother William, are you paying attention to that screen up there? What are you doing? Go ahead, Dr. Fuller.
I have a question for you, perhaps, if you would give me your best thought on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think there are people who are listening tonight or who listen to your teachings who are not vaccinated at this point?
Well, there has been, and I think there is some people listening, because many people listen to me and I get all kind of negative feedback from them. So if they're listening, then maybe tonight I can say something, or they can hear you say something that will change their minds. For I've had people to tell me that, son of man, I wasn't going to get vaccinated, but something you said made sense. We heard this broadcast. I'm pretty sure after hearing you, many that were skeptical will now trust you. They will take your advice and do. Even Minister Farrakhan, whether he realized it or not, he's already told us we need our own virologists, meaning people who look like us, that we can't say that they got a dog in the hunt against us or whatnot. Where, Dr. Fuller, I know you would not purposely. I can, you can kind of get a feel for people. And you don't strike me as a person who would purposely let anybody pay you or convince you to do something or to give advice that would cause harm to your people. And so I hope that everybody that's listening, especially my black brothers and sisters that's listening, will pay attention and recognize that you have nothing to gain by giving us misinformation. Nothing. but you have everything to gain by giving us good information, because we are your people. And so I look at this virus. It has killed white people. It's killed black people. It's killed me. No scientist has anything to gain by lying to the people or the public about this vaccine and this virus. If you can tell me what they have to gain, then any of you that's listening, tell us what you think that they have to gain. We have a scientist here now. Ask her what you think that is the problem. Let her answer your question, because she can answer it far better than I can if it's about this virus. The press. Go ahead, Dr. Fuller.
Well, that was why I asked you that question, because, and I appreciate and agree with what you're saying. I have all the reason to want people to be well, period. People, period. Humankind, period. But I also, because I am a woman of color, I'm an African-American woman, a black woman, born and raised in America, I have a particular sensitivity to the needs of people who look like me, who, and we can say this in the historical sense, and even today, don't always get the best health care or the best medical care or the attention that we need from our available medical centers. So therefore, it is my desire to help people to become healthier and to provide truth wherever and insight wherever I can, because they may not get it in the ways that they can trust someone. So I'm hoping that my witness is one of trustworthiness. And so that's why I asked the question. I can say without a doubt that and I haven't always been able to say this, because as you may know, I was one that said at the beginning, I need to know more before I recommend that people take this. But eventually we saw that as it rolled out, we were either told we don't know yet, or we know this and this is being tested and we'll see. But eventually we did get the answers. We know that the vaccines protect against hospitalizations and serious disease. We know that someone who is vaccinated, however, can still get infected, but they don't get seriously sick for the most part. And if they do, it's usually because there's some underlying other condition that makes your body less effective with taking up the vaccine. So that's why we still, in my opinion, have to be aware that there are people among us who may be seriously affected if they get infected. General Colin Powell is a great example of that, right?
Yes.
So I think we have to be mindful of each other and do the things we can do, even if we're vaccinated, to protect others. And the other piece, the reason I asked you is because I would actually like to hear from those who, or hear why people are not vaccinated or are still hesitant, so that if there's something we can say to help relieve their concern, I want to be able to do that. So that's why I was asking you if you knew if there were people, and then the next question would be, if there are, why? What are their concerns, and can we address those?
All right, and that is a good place to start with the phones. You who are listening that have not been vaccinated, come in and tell Dr. Fuller why you refuse to get vaccinated, and maybe she can assuage your concerns.
Well, I can say they're right, and they shouldn't get vaccinated. There are a few people who have seriously adverse reactions to any kind of vaccination. They can't do a flu vaccine, and not just because they don't want to, it's because their body seriously reacts. So there are people like that, but they're very, very, very rare.
Yes, ma'am. So
I would love to have questions. I would love to help. I would love to know what the hesitancies are. And then the other piece, while we're waiting for the phone lines, as you know, at the moment, people who are children between the ages of 5 and 12, and then 12 to 18 can all receive vaccines and boosts. For those under 12 years old, they get less vaccine than adults, and that has been tested in clinical trials to make sure they're getting enough to protect them, but not getting more than they need. And so, even our children down to age 5, who don't get sick as frequently, but can get sick, they can now get a vaccine and a boost, which also protects them and makes it so much more of a relief to send them off to school or wherever they need to go, particularly for education. So please be sure your children also, down to age 5, have this protection. A good friend of mine, as a matter of fact, oh, by the way, I didn't tell you, I don't think I told you, between the time I talked to you last and now, I tested COVID positive.
Who? Say that again?
Between the time that I spoke with you last, which I think was probably early January or maybe even late December, I tested positive for COVID in mid-January.
And it passed.
So I've had COVID. I had a fever. I had a very sore throat. It never went into my chest, thank God. I never had any difficulty breathing. But I had a fever. I used Advil or Aleve. I had to stay on that for about 3 days so I wouldn't have a terrible fever and headache. And my throat was very sore for about 3 or 4 days. And then even after the fever went away and the headache and the sore throat, I was exhausted. I was exhausted for probably about 10 days, that it was just like, going up the steps was like a major chore. I tested positive on something like January 18th, and it took about a month for me to begin to feel like I had the energy that I normally would have. So I still had some sniffles, and I still had, every once in a while, my throat would feel scratchy, so I actually would put in some gum or do something that would, keep my throat moist. And that wasn't the virus. That's the after effects of the immune system clearing away the virus. Yes. It took me about 14 days to test negative for the virus because I was here with my husband, and I isolated, and if ever he came in the room where I was, he wore a mask, and he was very kind and, brought me juice and soup and water and all those things. He was a wonderful, wonderful spouse. I'm so grateful. But he never got infected, and we're both vaccinated and boosted. So I'm just very, very grateful. I can say, and I know exactly how I got it, too. I went to a dance performance at the Detroit Opera Theater, and I sat in a box seat. I don't usually do that. I decided to splurge because this is one of my first outings in public, really. Mm-hmm. But I love dance. And this was the Xiaowei, I'm probably not saying the name right, but Shangyu dance troupe that I had wanted to see 2 years ago, but, we couldn't go. And they were back, so I, on the spur of the moment, bought a box ticket, which should have had only 6 people, and I think it did, but 2 of the people in the box were unmasked. And we were there together for probably about an hour and a half without them having on a mask, even though I had on a KN96 mask. So that was apparently enough time for Omicron to be spread in the air for me to breathe in enough to make me sick, to get me infected. I'm just so grateful for the vaccine because who knows what would have happened had I not had some immunity.
9 times out of 10, me and you wouldn't be having this conversation.
Why do you say that?
If you had not been vaccinated, you probably wouldn't be.
Yep.
You probably would not.
You're probably correct. You're probably correct.
You see.
And I did go to my doctor. They did do a PCR test to confirm that it was COVID because I thought I had the flu. I honestly felt like I've had the flu maybe twice in my life, and that's not fun. You feel like you've been run over by a truck is what I said. So that's how I felt. I felt, oh my gosh. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to, the Wednesday that I actually knew I had a fever, I was supposed to fly to Atlanta to a meeting. One of the first times I was going to be in person at a meeting to do a presentation, and my flight was something like 10 in the morning. And I usually pack the night before, and I'm all set, but I was so tired, I thought, well, let me just take a nap, let me go to sleep, and I'll wake up and pack really early. I have enough time. But I woke up like at 5 in the morning, and I felt terrible, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I don't feel well. So I took my temperature, and I had a fever. And I was like, that can't be right. I got another thermometer, and I took it again, and it was still like, that's not right. So I went back to sleep, and when I woke up and took it again, I still had a fever, and then it hit me. You should not be flying. You should not leave home. You can't go to this meeting. You are not well. And I'm thinking, how could I get the flu, right? But when my doctor actually did a test for COVID, influenza, and respiratory syncytial virus, the COVID was positive, flu was negative, and RSV was negative. I was surprised. I was shocked. I was like, oh my goodness.
Well, I'm so thankful that you practice what you preach. And, now you can speak from the experience of having even experienced having the COVID. And
I sure can.
People take this for, talking about it's no worse than the flu. Oh, yes, it is worse than the flu.
That was with the vaccine, and I can also tell you the other thing that I did, having done so many of the workshops and information sessions on COVID, I know that what's going on in your body, this is a very ferocious virus. It makes so much of itself. It essentially it takes over your energy and everything to make more of itself. And so I knew that there's also long COVID. I know people end up with symptoms of headaches and brain fog and body aches and all kinds of things for months and some even longer than that. So once I realized I had something, whether it was flu or COVID, I started giving myself plenty of rest. I said, I'm going to give my body every advantage in fighting whatever is happening to me. I am going to drink plenty of water. I am going to take vitamin C. I am going to make sure that I rest. I would get up and stretch, like you know how you stretch, like if you're really sleepy, you put your arms above your head and really breathe deeply. I'm like, I am going to keep my lungs open because whatever this is not going to clog up my lungs. I am going to give my body plenty of oxygen. I didn't lay in the bed. I would get up and walk around, and then I'd be so tired I'd have to go back to bed. But I was determined that based on everything I know, I am not going to give this particular virus an opportunity to have a long-term effect, God willing.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Sure enough, I feel like I'm back to being able to I just drove 10 hours from North Carolina to Michigan on Monday, so I think I'm back to a reasonable amount of energy, and I'm so, so grateful.
And I am too. I thank Allah that He took care of you. When I say I thank Allah, I know what I'm saying. Allah is the truth. And as long as we keep the truth with us, God is with us. For God means grantor of dominion. You knew what to do to help your body. And you can thank the truth that is with you for guiding you to do what needed to be done to gain dominion over something that could have gained dominion over you and took you away from here. So, when you tell people the truth about God, people oftentimes start saying in their heart, well, then there ain't no God. Well, that is in the scriptures. It says God is a spirit. Well, if it says God is a spirit, then Jesus said, the words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. Now that which is born of flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the spirit is spirit. Okay. The part of us that's born of the spirit is our mind. Well, God is the mind that's with you. Your mind is the God over your body. But there is a greater mind that is over all minds, and that mind is the truth. And so we say Allah is the best knower. It's just like right now, when I'm talking to the best knower that's in this room, I'm talking to her. For you are the best knower about this virus. Whatever you know about it is more than I know. So I have sense enough to humble myself and listen to you. So,
well, I think this is the first time that I have publicly, I have a list of email friends, what I call my family and friends list, that I send things out to on a regular basis, I just share my thoughts or recommendations or try to interpret things. So I did send it out to my family and friends network to say, I want to let you know that, I tested positive and here's how I think I got it. I was masked, but I should have notified the usher at the Opera House that there was someone who, because vaccinations and masking were required to enter the building. You have to actually show your vaccine card, and you have to have a mask on. So the person who was unmasked for half the performance was clearly out of order. As you said earlier, was not following instructions. And I don't even know if he knew he was infected, but that's the only place I know that I might have gotten exposed, because otherwise I wasn't near anyone. I drove there myself and drove myself back. I didn't go to a restaurant. I didn't drink anything. I didn't even take off my mask for at the intermission to get something to drink. It's like, nope, I am not doing that. I'm here to enjoy the dance performance. I am not going to take off this mask for anybody or anything unless there's a real emergency. So that's the only way that, and this is a KN95 mask. So it's like, if you were in the presence of someone for 90 minutes that may be putting out lots of virus, and I'm sure I was less than 3 feet or closer than 3 feet, because we were sitting right behind each other, and I was sort of to the side of the person without the mask. I'm sure that's where I got infected. And it was like the antenna went up. It was like, do you know what I mean when I say the antenna went up?
Yes, ma'am.
You know something's not right.
Yes, ma'am.
But I didn't do anything about it. And that was my mistake. I should have either moved or should have said in some clever way, some gentle way, sir, I have an extra mask. Would you like me to give it to you? Or I should have notified the ushers, or I should have just moved to another seat. But I did none of those things. And so, but and may I just say, and I know you're teaching here, but I do want to say,
look, wait a minute, before you start apologizing, you my guest. I brought you in here to hear what you have to say. So you ain't got to try to talk fast or whatever. Just take your time,
okay,
and express yourself.
I appreciate that. Let me slow down.
Okay. All right. Okay, now go ahead.
What I was thinking is that I truly believe that things happen for a reason. I believe that our steps are ordered by God, and I believe that my having a firsthand experience for me with COVID-19, and by the way, our son, when our family was together the week before Christmas, and he was the last one to arrive at our location, and the next morning he tested positive. So we isolated him for the entire Christmas vacation, and nobody else got COVID. So that was the first time that a family member or someone who I was close to or lived with had come up with a positive COVID test. But again, we did what we knew to do, and nobody else was positive. There were 6 of us there. Our 3 children, my husband, and a friend of one of our daughters, her fiance. So that was our first encounter. And then like 6 weeks later, that was me getting exposed. And so I believe that all of this was a real way for me to not only be able to say I know about COVID, or I can tell you, what it can do, but now to experience it makes my, hopefully, as they say, my testimony or my story much more valid, because I truly believe, I cannot imagine what would have happened had I not been vaccinated and boosted.
Yes, ma'am. It is frightening to even think about how close you came to dying.
It is frightening to think about how close I came to not knowing that I would be here. I mean, I don't know if I would have died, but, who wants to go to the hospital these days, or who wants to even risk the possibility of not having all your brain function, or to have your limbs not, have neuronal pain that comes up in your limbs that you don't know, or to have something that feels like lupus, or, who wants to risk that when you can do things to try to avoid it? And so I'm just so grateful. I'm so grateful that things were as well as they were.
The only reason I said close to dying is because look how sick you got with all of the vaccine in you.
That's right. That's why I said I must have gotten a lot about that person. And I realized I was very close to him. I mean, those box seats are pretty close. And we were in a center box 10, in a center box right in front of the stage. And it was, it was like I could reach out. He was closer to me than if I stretch out my arm. He was in a seat in front of me to my right. And so anytime he turned that way to talk to the person next to him, whatever he breathed out was in the atmosphere. And somehow enough of that got through my mask over 90 minutes. And it doesn't take but a little bit. That's the thing with Omicron. It is so highly infectious. Some say between 50 and 70 times more infectious than Delta. So a way to think about that, if it takes 20 minutes in the presence of someone with Delta, breathing out Delta, it would only take like 5 minutes or less in the presence of someone breathing out Omicron. And we know so many people, I'm sure you do too, that have gotten COVID over the last, say, 3 months since Omicron has been around.
Yes, ma'am. I have two that I know of that was in the family of one of the believers. They had been vaccinated too, and a sister and a brother. And, both of them stayed out of the hospital, but without those vaccines, boy, this thing would be terrible. I mean,
it would be terrible. And fortunately, Omicron doesn't really get into the chest tissue, the lung tissue, like Delta did. So that's the other piece. So in some ways, it has been a blessing that I shouldn't say a blessing, but it's been positive that Omicron has helped to get many people exposed and get our immunity even higher. The vaccine plus recovering from Omicron probably gives us a really high level of immunity. At least I'm hoping so. I'm still wearing my mask, and I'm still, not going into places I don't have to go. Or I'm not going into restaurants and sitting down and having a 2-hour meal. But I realize that I probably am pretty safe right now.
Well, I'm doing like you. I go out when I have to, and if I go out, not only am I mindful that I could get sick, but I'm also mindful that some people look at me as an example of what they should do, and I don't want to be a bad example. I don't want nobody stumbling because of me. So I put my mask on. I'll put a mask on and let people see me wearing a mask. Now, there's that, as they say, one picture is worth 1,000 words. So,
and that's good leadership. You are modeling what other people should do as well. And that is, you're not saying do as I say, do not as I do. You're saying I will lead by example. And I think that's a great way of leading.
That's what I intend to do. And if it pleases Allah, I won't be the cause of anyone being harmed. If I'm gonna harm somebody, let it just be me. I don't want to be harmful to anyone else. When I invited you and your peers, your fellow scientists in here, I meant that. I would have all of you, and whoever wants to come in and talk with us and share whatever more knowledge that you can share to save lives, just come on in and share it. Is anyone wanting to question Dr. Fuller? If you want to question Dr. Fuller about anything, I know I've had a few people to tell me that they got vaccinated since they've heard us talking about it. Heard me talking about it, and I assume they heard me talking to Dr. Fuller, and so it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile to have good information, to have someone bring you factual information, and to prove that it's factual. One of the greatest proofs that when someone is telling you the truth, they'll stick around for whatever questions you may have. That is one of the biggest examples of someone who's telling you the truth. People who lie to you, generally, they will use an excuse, I'm out of time, or write me, or do anything. They don't want to stand there and talk about what they've been telling you, because you'll find out that they don't know what they're talking about. So, Dr. Fuller is here. You heard her tell you if you have questions. Even you medical people. You have a scientist here, not just a doctor, but you also have a scientist here who is a virologist. Ask her questions that you may have. It's always good to get further proofs that what you believe is correct. And the best way to know what you believe is correct is to get right out here in the public and do like Dr. Fuller is doing, and you see that's what I do. If anybody disagrees with something I say, I let them come in and tell me what they disagree with. And if their argument is valid, then it makes me wiser, because I can drop what I thought was the truth and lay hold to something that is better. So, did anyone have something they want to ask Dr. Fuller? Okay, unmute.
Okay, good.
May Allah Salam.
May walaikum Allah salam.
May Allah Salam. Good evening, Dr. Fuller.
Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. I have just one thing I'd like to ask you that I have been thinking about. Even though we've heard all of this news and the reports and everything about COVID-19, it's almost kind of strange. It makes you think if there are no other viruses that you need to think about. But my question is the reason that we haven't heard about any of the other viruses that they found is because they've been contained, unlike this one?
That is a great question. Thank you for bringing it up. So, no, they have not been contained. We have not talked a lot about other viruses because the urgency and the damage that's being done globally and including in the USA is so great from COVID that it sort of overshadowed everything else. So influenza is not gone, HIV is not gone, measles is not gone. Even though we have an effective measles vaccine, there's still pockets of people who are not vaccinated for various reasons. So no, and that's one of the fallouts that we are going to see as COVID becomes endemic. And what I mean by that is that, I was going to say this, but I probably didn't say it yet, is that although we're at a low level of infection circulating now, virus circulating now, there may be a time, say next fall or next winter, when we come back inside that we'll see the cases go up again. And so that means that we'll have to do the mitigation things that we know help drive it back down. So when that sort of thing happens, it's called an endemic versus a pandemic. A pandemic when there are high levels in various places all over the world, whereas an endemic is when the virus is with us but at low levels and occasionally it's managed. Occasionally it will sprout up and then we have to do something to manage it back down to low levels. So we live with an endemic level of influenza. That's why everyone's encouraged to get flu vaccines in the fall, so we don't have large epidemics of influenza. So what you brought up is that because we have focused so much of our resources and medical care and messaging and just resources to prevent death from COVID, that many people, especially young children, have not gotten their regular immunization. So many have not gotten their MMR, their measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, or many people haven't gotten their chickenpox vaccine or their pertussis or their pneumonia vaccine because we've been home or we've not wanted to go to the places where we can get these because they're health clinics. So no, sir, these have not gone away at all. Now, what has happened, and let me not run by this, at least in 2020 and I think also in 2021, we saw less influenza and less respiratory syncytial virus, which is both of these are transmitted in the air, so they're respiratory viruses. We saw less of those because we weren't getting together as much, right? So that means that the flu cases were much lower, but it didn't go away. It just, we didn't give it a chance to reproduce. It's still here. So no, they have not gone away at all. And that's a great question. Something that as we see people come together more often and engaged in school and work and fun and play and worship, we're going to see increased flu rates, increases of other things. And then there are many other chronic diseases, or I hate to say this, but it's the truth, and the truth will make us free, that we're going to see more cases of more severe cancer because people didn't get those mammograms or prostate tests or their annual physicals that might have detected cancer early or detected the beginning of emphysema or COPD earlier and done something about it, because we weren't getting that kind of routine medical care. So although we may be at a low and a managed and we're not there yet, but we're headed toward hopefully a place of controlling COVID or having it go endemic, we're now going to see the fallout not only in chronic illness, but mental illness, because you know how, at least for women, you do what you have to do while you have to hold it together for others, but once the crisis is over, that's when you fall apart. So we need to be very prayerful about this time coming up in the next year or two when a lot of things will probably happen as a result or be revealed as a result of COVID. So that's a pretty long answer to your question, but I hope it does address your question.
Is there more questions?
Thank you for asking that. Very important.
Brother Jamar? No one typing anything? Well, sir? Okay. I'll just speak a little louder because I want everybody to hear her and not me. Dr. Fuller, I'm just, most people, they think that there's a such thing as a simple question. But it's not simple questions. It is questions. Never say I have a simple question. If it's that simple, you should already know the answer to it. And if you don't know the answer to it, then how can it be simple to you? So I love to hear you expound on things that simplify it. Even when you simplify a math problem, it takes a long time to go from that equation to simplify how you got to that. And that is so never apologize. You don't owe nobody an apology for giving long answers, because the long answer is to make sure that the questioner understands your answer when it was finished. And so, I'm thankful that you take so much time to explain something that we had not maybe thought about. And so, these viruses are, the smallest things. It's just like I've learned from studying, watching the planet, the planet channel, sometimes on 264 and 265, the planet Earth. And the smaller the creatures, the more dangerous their world is. These viruses, the world of viruses, that is the most dangerous things to us. And so you scientists, I'm so thankful that God gave you the knowledge of how to take dominion over these things that we can't see. Because the things that we can't see, something so small that we can't see it, can get rid of this great big body here. To show
That is true.
To show you can't judge. Go ahead, Doc.
I will share with you. You told me something at the beginning of the hour that you like Star Trek, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let me share with you that I really am fascinated by viruses. I mean, I know that they cause disease, and I know that that is something we try to help people avoid. But I really am fascinated as to how something so tiny that you can't even see it with your plain eye, that's made up of only a little bit of genetic material and a little bit of protein, can do so much. I mean, it can't even reproduce by itself. If you put bacteria into, say, a glass of water with some sugar, those bacteria can reproduce themselves because they're fully cells. But viruses are subcellular. They can't even reproduce unless they have another cell, a real cell around, like a human cell or a eukaryotic cell or even a bacteria cell, to provide energy and nutrients and factories so that the genetic material of the virus can make more of itself. And so they are what we call parasites, intracellular parasites. They have to get into a cell to reproduce. But they are so efficient. They are amazing. And so I am fascinated by viruses. I am so blessed to be able to have studied them in my scientific career and try to understand a little bit more and see what my scientific colleagues have learned about viruses. It's been quite a journey. And, I know right now we feel like viruses are our enemy, but I have to say I think they're just amazing. And I think they need to stay in their place and away from us, but I think they're still amazing.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, we have two more callers. Take one, and put the other one on standby. What's the last four numbers of the one you're unmuting? 9231. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
May wa alaikum ala salam.
Good evening, Dr. Fuller.
Good evening.
I had a kind of a two-part question. Can you explain. One of the things I've had people say in conversations about not taking the vaccine is because they feel it's unsafe, to the point that if you are getting some of the side effects that some people get from the vaccine, and feeling almost kind of sick, some people say, like they have coronavirus. How is the vaccine safe, or why does your body have that type of reaction if the virus is not in it? And can you also expound on reasons somebody should still take the vaccine, like mistaken maybe an allergic reaction or just a side effect for an allergic reaction? Can you kind of clarify that for us as well, please?
I will do my best. Thank you for those questions. So, if I'm not saying your question correctly, let me know. But what I understand you're asking is, why is it that if the virus is safe, if the vaccine is safe, why are there side effects that make you feel so bad and there's no virus there, right? So
yes, ma'am. That's exactly what I'm asking.
Okay, what one is feeling with those side effects, which usually for most people last only a couple of days, and then the third or fourth day they wake up and they're feeling fine again. So what is happening, what's being put into the body in the vaccine, the messenger RNA vaccines, the Pfizer, Moderna, is a genetic material, a messenger RNA in a fat droplet, which is like what happens when we cook chicken and the fat boils to the top, and you put it in the refrigerator, it solidifies. So it's that kind of material around one gene, and that's the spike gene. That's the protein on the outside of the virus that allows it to attach to our cells, which it has to do. So what happens is when that goes in our body as the vaccine, our body says, oh, that is not me. That is not myself. And so I am going to mount what we call an immune response, what we all know as our host defense. We're going to fight that thing. We're going to prepare to make sure that if we ever see that again, we can shut it down. And so the side effects, where people may feel like they, may have a headache, or they may feel tired, or their arm might get very sore, that's simply the immune system doing what it's supposed to do. It is saying, there is something here that you added that's not me. And my job is to now shut that thing down and make sure that I have a memory of what it is, such that if I ever see it the next time, I can jump on it immediately. I don't have to wait and go through several days before I can shut it down. So the side effects are good news, really. They are saying you have a healthy, functioning immune system that is doing what it should do. I heard somebody explain once, it's like if there was a wanted poster, right? The vaccine shows you the picture and lets you get a memory of that picture, such that if you ever see the real person that you're looking for, you'll recognize that person and be able to deal with it very quickly. So the side effects really are a good sign that your body is working as it should be. You are what the Bible says, your fearfully, wonderfully made body is doing what it should do. And that's why it goes away, because then it shuts down. The vaccine protein doesn't stay because it's only a protein. It's not the whole virus. When you get the virus continues to reproduce for days and weeks sometimes. So you're continually having to fight it off. But with the vaccine, it only is there for probably less than 10 hours, that protein, that spike protein. So it is not a bad thing to get side effects. It's just uncomfortable for a little while. Do you remember if you ever get I don't know, if you get a cold or you get something, you get some infection, you can feel these, what we call lymph nodes enlarged under your, like under your jaw or sometimes under your arms. That's, again, activation of the immune system. And that is what happens when you get the vaccine. But it doesn't last. It just means the immune system is healthy and working. Does that answer your first question? There's no virus. It's only a portion of the virus.
Yes, ma'am, it did. Thank you.
And then the second question, I think, if I recall, and if I don't, you can remind me, is that what about the people who actually have an allergic reaction to the vaccine? How is that? What is that? And is that different than other side effects? So again, the wonderfully, fearfully made body has the ability to react to things that are not us. And some of us have super sensitive immune systems that if we see pollen or we see dust or we see some people are allergic to shrimp or some people are allergic to peanuts, those things send our immune system into turbocharge, right? And it overreacts. And so people get different reactions. Some have their throat closed down. Some get welts on their skin. So that's what happens when we have an allergic reaction to something in the vaccine. And those people are very, very rare, but they do exist. So what happens now is if someone knows they have allergies to anything, particularly vaccines or anything in the vaccine, they are asked to bring their inhaler, which most people will have, or epinephrine pen, and to wait a little bit longer at the vaccine site. So if you're going to get that turbocharged reaction, typically you get it as soon as the body sees this vaccine, and you can know that you're getting a reaction, and it can be dealt with while you have medical help there to help make sure you're okay. So one is a turbocharged reaction that's to someone who's already sensitized to things, and the other is just the normal side effects of the body saying there's something that is different, and I need to recognize it and deal with it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for those questions.
Okay, we had another. Someone else had their hand up. What's their number?
Dr. Fuller.
Yes?
Okay, I wanted to say yes, ma'am, when you had asked did you answer my question earlier, but my line was muted and I couldn't say anything. But I just wanted to tell you that if you'd have gave me a yes or no answer, I would have been concerned. But,
okay, very good.
I appreciate your answer. I mean, and there was another question I had. I remember when I was 16, and me and my siblings, we had all caught chicken pox. And that was the first time we had ever had it. And so all of them caught it, and I caught it last. And to this day, I wondered if it was because I got off of my regiment that I was on. I had started fasting when everybody was getting sick. And I was actually in the room with all of them when they were sick. And around the, I think it's a week and a half period or something like that of having chicken pox, when they were recovering, I still was well. But I got off my fasting and I started eating, and I decided I wanted to put some junk food in my body, and that's when I caught it. And and anyway, my mother, she had gave me some baking soda water to bathe in. She had ran up a tub of water and told me to get in that. And in fact, she bathed a lot of us in it and told us to get in it. And it seemed like it cut the itching down and helped us to heal quicker. And
yes.
So the strange thing, though, was when I had caught it, I noticed that I didn't get but one large bump on my ankle, and I got one on my face, and I think there was another one on my wrist. And I had a very mild case of it. So I was wondering, does baking soda, since it destroys a lot of odors and whatnot, you can use it to freshen your refrigerator, your trash can, it neutralizes acid and different things. Does it have any kind of maybe cleansing or healing properties for viruses? Does it affect them in any way?
an interesting idea.
I will mute my line, and thank you for your answer.
Yeah, that's interesting. So there are two things I hear in your question. One, was junk food, breaking your diet and having junk food somehow contributing to your losing your not getting chickenpox and finally getting it. So really, and this is to everyone, you know that we are what we eat, right? So if you put junk in, you don't give your body the nutrients, the vitamins and minerals and proteins that you need in order to energize your brain and your immune system and your heart and your liver and your kidneys. So I'm sure that going from fasting or going from eating a wide range of things to eating junk food affected your body's ability to fight off the virus. I absolutely am certain about that. And that's why when I was diagnosed with COVID, or when I knew I was COVID positive, I did an at-home test that was positive on the second day of the fever, as well as I got the PCR results back that were sent out. So I immediately started, I had orange juice, I made sure that I gave my body the nutrients. I wasn't hungry, but I ate. One of my best girlfriends or friends brought me a big pot of Thai soup that had coconut milk and peppers and ginger, fresh ginger, and all kinds of wonderful medicinal and nutrient things. And that was just so soothing to my throat. But I also think that her love in making it and the fact that there were probably some very good things in it helped me to heal. So absolutely, what we put in our body at the time when we're trying to heal, I mean, I believe that God has made all kinds of herbs and medicines and vegetables and fruits with good things. I mean, I think, although I'm a Christian and I believe most people here are Islam, I believe that we all know that the Garden of Eden tells us that everything we needed was already there, right? And that God gave dominion to man to manage it and to use it. So I think there's real plant-based diets are a real wonderful way of giving our body the necessary nutrients. And then as for the baking soda, I believe baking soda is alkaline, which means that if the pH of the body is, say, 7 something, when we use baking soda, that means the pH goes up. And so microbes like viruses and bacteria survive better at the same pH that most things do. So when we do baking soda water or things with baking soda, we are changing the pH, and that makes it more difficult for some life forms to function. So baking soda probably does, it may have other effects too, but that's the first one that comes to mind. There are a lot of home remedies that I know my great-grandmothers, both of my great-grandmothers were midwives on my father's side. And so I know that there were lots of remedies that worked because, our people couldn't always or didn't get the medical care we needed. And even if we got to a doctor, sometimes we didn't trust what they did because they didn't always do the right thing or didn't, and sometimes we didn't know. I actually, a little bit of a side, I visited a Somerset place, which is a plantation in eastern North Carolina, and when I saw the things they were doing, like bleeding people with leeches, this is back in the 1700s, or if they thought you were sick, they thought it was bad blood, so they would let your blood out, which of course made people weaker. I mean, people, scientists, medicine people did not know, so they did what they thought was right, but it was making it worse. So I know that many of the home remedies and the herbs and the things that our grandmothers and fathers, some of them probably came from the western shores of Africa, have really important ways of helping the body to heal itself.
Yes. What's their number? 7690. Okay. Put your glasses on, man.
Good evening, Dr. Fuller.
Greetings.
My name is Darnell Williams, and I'm calling to ask a few questions. My first question is how did this virus actually start? I've heard so many different things have been put out, and I want to know what knowledge do you have on how this virus is supposedly has started?
Okay. So that is an important question. And by the way, to everyone, the Son of Man talks about simple questions. Well, what I like to say to my classes and my students is that the only question that's not a good question is the one that you don't ask. Every question is important, and if you're wondering about it, somebody else is probably wondering about it. So please, don't think that there is not a good question. They're all good. If you don't understand something and you don't ask, that's not a good thing. So how did SARS actually start? That has been a major question, and I'll tell you what I believe and what is supported. Even more recently, I've seen some of the more recent evidence come in to support this. So let me just say, there's some clicking noise that's really that's periodic. It's like a periodic clicking. Is that something that we can do something about?
Brother Michael?
It sounds like metal hitting metal or something. It just stopped. Right. Whatever you did, there it is. Is anybody else hearing this?
Whoever that is, tell him to mute their phone. Okay, mute his phone. He's asked his question, so try it now. Dr.
Okay,
Fuller?
that's much better.
Okay,
yes,
go ahead. That
is much better. Great. Except it's back now, so it might be my phone that's causing it. But, so what we think happened with SARS, the virus that causes COVID, is the same thing we think happened, say, with swine flu. You remember that, Son of Man? You remember when we had the swine flu pandemic back in 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
So what happens is that there are viruses, families of viruses. Some of them are native to animals, and some of them are native to humans, but they're related. They're related viruses. And so with development, like, farming going into new forested areas or housing developments or moving food all the way around the world or people coming together more with having animals in our homes, we're finding that contact with animals allows also viruses and bacteria that used to be only in the animals to come into humans and adapt themselves to be human viruses. And so that's what it looks like happened with SARS, coronavirus 2, because that's what happened with SARS-1, which was way back in like 2004, and MERS, the Mid-Eastern Respiratory Syndrome virus that is in Egypt and Saudi Arabia in the Middle East, that is also a coronavirus. And so what happens is when humans come in contact with viruses that are normally in animals, some of those viruses can move into humans or A type and survive and adapt itself to become ideally reproducing in humans. And that's the thought about what happened with SARS coronavirus 2. The thought is that we don't know what animal it came from, but we believe that bats are a natural reservoir, what we call a reservoir for many different viruses like Ebola virus or some other viruses that don't harm the bats, but when they get in animals, they can harm the animals, or if getting humans from the bat or from the animal, they can change in humans or adapt to humans to cause disease. So we see that often. We see that with the 1918 flu epidemic. That was a bird flu. that was an avian flu that was typically in birds. It didn't harm some birds. It didn't harm the migratory birds. But if it got in domesticated chickens, it could cause them to be ill. And so somehow the virus that was in animals moved into humans. And when it got into humans, it adapted to cause disease quickly and also to spread very easily. And so we ended up with a major flu pandemic in 1918. So that's what we think happened with SARS, that it probably happened maybe in Wuhan, probably in Wuhan, and that it happened not so much from a laboratory situation, but from just where people would bring live animals or chickens or fish or other wild animals to what they call a wet market, where the animals would be purchased alive. And so whatever they breathe out or whatever they excrete, humans came in contact with that. And that gave the opportunity for the viruses to be breathed in by humans, or for us to touch them with our hand, touch liquids, and then touch our hands to our mouth. And that then inoculates the human with that animal virus. And as I said earlier, viruses are so amazing that they do whatever they need to do as little tiny invisible pieces of protein and genetic material to reproduce themselves. So that's what we believe, and that's what I believe, that it's what these things are called zoonotic, zoonotic events. So going from an animal to a human, zoonotic events. And let me just add one more thing. We now know for a fact that SARS coronavirus 2 is found in white-tailed deer in the USA. So if you survey a bunch of deer, and this has been shown in Michigan and other places, that the deer have been exposed to coronavirus, and they have virus replicating coronavirus 2 replicating in their bodies. But it doesn't kill them. It doesn't hurt them. So that's a reason that I don't think and other scientists don't think we'll ever get rid of SARS coronavirus 2, because it has a natural reservoir that can go from deer back to us. And these are called zoonotic transfers. So our best thought is that we will have periodic presence of SARS coronavirus 2, but our hope is that if people are vaccinated and people know what to do, we will never see it rise to the levels that we saw it in the last 2 years. That's our best thought. But then there's always a variant. There could be a mutation in the virus that will change it in some way that makes it, able to overcome anything we can do.
Okay.
So that's how it started, as a zoonotic transfer, probably from a wet market of fish or other animals in Wuhan, China. And then once it's in a few people, it spreads very easily because it's spread in the air.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Fuller. I greatly appreciate you going through that and explaining it all to me. But now, since you stated that we have it in the white-tailed deer here, why aren't we concerned?
Well, because right now it's staying in the deer and it's already in humans. So it's not, what could we do? We could try to kill all the deer, but I don't think that would be a good idea. And also, if it's already in humans, the point is we can get it to a low level in humans, but it is always possible that it can be transmitted back to us. So it's just, at the moment, it's knowing that it's there, but it's not hurting them or us.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
now, I've got yes. Now, I have another question. We have all of these variants out here. And if you are in the hospital, and say we have the Omicron now, and someone comes in and they have Delta.
Yes.
Now, you're going to mix these two viruses, say that you have these two individuals in the same room or cat a corner from one another. Now you have these two viruses on this unit. Okay, how are they actually testing for the different types of COVID, or are they just putting everyone in the one area who has COVID?
Yeah. So it's the latter. So when people come to a hospital or medical center who are COVID positive, they are put in a COVID unit. But the thing that I think your question points or is not saying that maybe be because you don't realize it, is that the goal is to make sure nobody spreads virus in a COVID unit. So whether it's from patient to patient or from the clinicians to the patients or the patients to the clinician, that's why all that PPO is there to equipment to help make sure that there's no airborne transmission. So even if there was someone in the same room, one had Delta and one had Omicron, the chances of them cross-contaminating each other is very low if it's a good health center. Does that make sense to you?
Yes and no, because they're not changing their equipment when they're going from room to room. They're just using the same equipment to work on this COVID unit. So if you have different variances of this COVID, it's actually those different variants are being spread between one another because they're not recommending that you change your equipment as you come out of each room.
Just a moment. I have something that I think we need to keep in mind. We should not say they are doing this or they are doing that. If we have a question, we should ask the doctor, should ask the scientists, is this going on? Because I'm pretty sure that they are sterilizing this equipment before they take it from one room to another or whatnot. So, I mean, it may be the same piece of equipment, but it's not being taken from, doctors don't even wear the same mask from going from one room to the next. And we've seen that, they take the mask off, and then when they go see another patient, they have a new protective equipment on. So, I don't want to get into the thing of questioning the safety of the hospitals. That's not what Dr. Fuller is here for. So we're not going there. Now, if you have a question about viruses and what they can and cannot do, that's one thing. But this is not a talk show. This is a classroom. We want to stick to the subject. I know you may want to interject something on that, Dr. Fuller, but you're the virologist, and I'm trying to keep the questions on the viruses.
I appreciate that, and I'm just going to simply say that even if there were a Delta and an Omicron, that's not how the variants arise. They don't arise by having like A and B mixed together to become something else. What happens is changes happen in A and changes happen in B, and those then become new variants. So it's not a mixing of the two. Even if there were, cross-contamination, that's not how we get variants. And the other piece about why we may never get rid of, and this is relevant to the question, but not directly the question, is because variants will spontaneously arise because these viruses have RNA genetic material, which is less stable than the DNA in our body. So we're going to get variants. And what turns out is that we're not sequencing every person's, we don't know what people have. I don't know that I had Omicron. I think I had Omicron because what was circulating that was tested, and only a small sample is ever actually tested and identified, what was circulating in the area at that time was Omicron. So did somebody test me? No. And say, oh, that's Omicron? No. And that's because there's so many cases that we just don't have the technical skills and resources to sequence all of them. So we don't always know what's going on except by sampling a few of them and knowing what the few are. So thank you for your question. That's how we get the variants, but not by mixing of Delta and Omicron.
Okay, so now what we can do is if some of you want to get into the hospital's treatment of patients and whatnot, we need to bring someone that is doing that stage of, that works in the hospitals and with patients every day. And then we can ask them, is this going on or is that going on? And that's the way we'll do that. Did someone else
have a great idea?
Did someone else have a question on what we were talking about here, the virus itself? Because remember something, you have people out there that's telling people that this virus was created by some scientist somewhere. There's not a human being on earth that creates life. You cannot create life. Life, all matter, that all things that are living has always been here. It may not have been here in that form. It's just like this virus has changed forms. It has mutated and became something else. The Omicron version and the Delta but you don't create life, and neither can you really destroy life. Life is going to go on. God is the God of all living, which means that God is the God of this virus too. Now, he won't let you kill it, but he will let you learn to get along with it. And this is what immunity is your body is not accepting. At least this is the understanding that I get from the way the immune system works. At least the way I've been taught that it works. The immune system is not designed to kill things. It's designed to convert things to a harmless state. Because the universe does not, as that saying in the scripture, I will not have you unequally yoked with non-believers. Well, anytime everything in your body is under your brain and is in working in harmony with your brain. Well, when something that's outside of the body comes in, it's an unbeliever. And then it has to be either converted or that one will be particularly destroyed, or the immune system not wanting to kill, but wanting to convert. And so, chicken pox is still in us. At least I was told that it's still in us. Even the polio virus, all that's still around. So, but it's inside of us in a harmless state, helping to convert others that may come in there and to that's not exactly harmless, but by the immune system having a memory of it, it can keep it from harming us, because now you got polio that's inside of you that's helping protect you. At least that's the way I was told. Now, Doc, you can straighten out whatever I messed up. So.
No, I think you got it. I think there's nothing to straighten out. That was pretty clear.
So, did someone else have a question for Dr. Fuller? Okay, because I'm not a person who tries to. I don't want to overtax her. She came in here to give us some instructions and understanding of this virus and what we can and should be doing to protect ourselves. She has done a wonderful job of that. And so, are these, we have some more questions? Okay.
I just want to summarize then and say, okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Fuller.
Hello.
not trying to tax you, but last night the president spoke on the nation as a whole getting together and getting rid of cancer, and they also spoke on that diabetes, the cost of insulin. Did you have any thoughts on that as a reality, getting rid of cancer, and any thoughts on the, the use and the cost of the insulin? Thank you.
Well,
I heard that as well, and was pleasantly surprised. I know it's going to be a really uphill battle, but I think what he's saying is trying to put resources specifically to move forward with some of the therapies. Like, we now have what's known as immunotherapy for cancer. If you have a certain kind of cancer that has certain kinds of markers on them, it used to be that if you had lung cancer, for example, and it moved out of your lungs, which is called metastasis, and maybe showed up in your kidneys and your brain, that there wasn't much hope to be able to get rid of it. But if a certain kind of cancer that has certain kind of markers, we now can train the immune system to find those cells and kill them or get rid of them, such that the cancer cells specifically are destroyed without destroying normal cells like chemotherapy or radiation does. But that's only for a few kinds of cancer. So I think what President Biden was essentially saying is that we want to make focused funding available to see if we can expand those kinds of breakthroughs, focusing on cancer. And I'm sure cancer is very special to him because of his son dying of cancer. As far as insulin goes, I think pharmaceutical companies definitely overcharge far beyond what they need to even turn a profit. I believe that, if I could say it this way, I believe God is going to judge people for being greedy at some point. And I hope that what President Biden stated about trying to regulate the cost can happen. So I was surprised, but and I know it's an uphill battle, so I don't want us to get our hopes up that it's going to happen in the next 5-10 years. But I think that getting the basic science research as well as the applied research to do the clinical trials and implementation, so people take up whatever or know about whatever is available, would be a very important focus. And so I'm glad he's interested in this.
Well, I know that as with all things pertaining to health, there are so many aspects of the human body that we keep you here all night if we start talking about all of these different diseases. But I'm not going to belabor that. Who is that? Got their phone off mute. Okay. Well, we're going to let Dr. Fuller have the last word on this subject matter tonight, and maybe she will grace us again and talk about cancer or talk about some other subject matter that we want to discuss with her, and we will give her an open forum for that topic. But so the questions that you have on these other subject matters, let's hold them until next time. Dr. Fuller?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Thank
you for being aware of my timing. I can't believe we've been talking almost 2 hours. Wow.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm not gonna tax you any further, and so that your husband will let you come back. And if he's around, I would like him to greet us too. He's welcome to come in and greet us, and we thank him for sharing you.
He actually just arrived from teaching a class at Michigan State, which is where he's where he works, and he's the director of the Charles Drew Science Scholars Program there, which is a program that a residential program that helps students who want to be in the sciences to, as he say, coach them in the things they need to do to be successful, to apply to grad school and medical school and vet school and dental school. So he is not right here with me, but I will certainly share that. And, you know, he might be a great person for you to have on at some point.
I would love to have
about
him.
What's needed for success, you know, in college. That's what he does very well.
Brother Jamar will be contacting you and him to see what is when he's available. And when he's available, we will make the forum available for him whenever he's available. He can come in here Friday if you want.
And as far as closing out tonight, just to get back to the topic at hand of COVID-19 and where we are, we're in a better place than we were a month ago or 2 months ago. We're coming through the winter, so that means people are going outside. We'll be able to gather better outside where there's less chance of transmitting virus if somebody is infected. And we have more people vaccinated. We're approaching 70%, but we'd love to get that above 90%.
Yes,
ma'am. We also the least virus we have circulating protects our younger children under 5 who cannot get a vaccine at the moment. And I haven't seen the data from the clinical trials for children under 5, but from what I understand, it's not quite as easy to find the right amount that will work to protect them. So if we could do that by getting vaccinated ourselves and making sure our neighbors and all those who can, that would be great. And then also just using our good common sense that if you're with 10 people in a closed area, you want to mask and make sure there's air circulating. If you're with 2 people, then you might be okay. So we just have to use our God-given common sense and the rules and instructions that we know work. But getting fully vaccinated and boosted, if you're eligible, is the best step that you can take to get your body prepared to be able to fight back should you get exposed. So I thank you for what you're doing to help people understand this, and I'm very grateful to meet you and have this time together.
And that is a ditto on that. And I thank you, Dr. Fuller. And we look forward to our next class with you. And
that sounds good. And that's what I do these days. I'm a teacher trying to help, especially my communities, understand health issues and to reduce the huge gaps we see in diseases that almost overwhelmingly have a greater impact on people of color. So
yes, ma'am.
I'm a virologist, but if you look at any of the videos, YouTube videos, and I will make sure that Brother Jamari has those so that you can, if you wish to share them with your followers, that perhaps there's information there that will be useful. But I do talk about cancer and heart disease and other things, even though I'm not quite the expert to the level I am as a virologist, but they're just some basic things that people need to understand.
Yes, ma'am.
So this was on COVID, and I hope it was helpful to people. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Dr. Fuller. And may Allah bless you and your husband and family and keep you safe.
I received that. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
So don't worry, y'all. We're going to bring her back. And again, you heard her say she would come back. I'm going to also, once Brother Jamar get her those other videos, we will show some of them to let you hear her speaking. Before I show you something else, you had some people upset because I was voicing my displeasure with what Vladimir Putin is doing in Ukraine, I want you to remember something. We have seen a dictator do this kind of action before. His name was Adolf Hitler. And the world stood back and watched. The people in Europe, the countries in Europe, stood by and watched. And when they realized what had been done, it didn't get real to them until he was at their door. And that's one of the things that made them form the European Union. Now, they see this thing, and I'm going to tell you something else. Some of the Russian soldiers, they should be aware of history too. Soldiers, you know, just like I was in the Marines, we were not trained to go to war against civilians. A professional fighter will get arrested for getting in a fight with someone who is not a professional fighter. When you don't send an army to attack civilians. When it gets to the point where you are attacking not another military force, but a civilian force, a population of people, then if you haven't stepped over that line yet, you are on the line of crimes against humanity. That's not a war. America got a history of that. The ragtag army of the colonies was actually no match for that professional army of England. And you know, God intervened. I mean, you read the history of George Washington riding up back and forth on a big white horse while the shooting was going on. He riding back and forth in front of all of them cannons and stuff firing, and didn't get a scratch, nor did his horse get a scratch. Common sense should have told you that God was in on that. And I'm going to tell you something else. All of them soldiers that was fighting for England, some of them's heart wasn't in it. And I bet you some of them Russian soldiers' heart ain't in what they're doing. Because I know from myself, when I was in the Marine Corps, now when I was a patriot, I wouldn't have joined if I wasn't ready to defend this country. But you wasn't going to order me to go back and shoot my people. Now that I wasn't going to do. And there was a whole lot of other brothers in there that went. And it was some white boys in there that wasn't going to let you order them to go kill their people either. Do you understand? You do not. When you fight in a war and decide that you can murder civilians, there was a lieutenant by the name, I think his name was Lieutenant Kelly, that was court-martialed for attacking a village of Vietnamese and murdering them. And they court-martialed him. You don't declare war on civilians. You invading these people's country And you got grandmamas and babies out there carrying guns trying to defend their home. Man, do you have any humanity in you? If I was in his army, that would have been the end of my service. No, you ain't going to send me to go kill women and children and civilian men. No. Now read what these people got to say about me supporting Ukraine, saying that I should not do that.
Yes, sir. And it's kind of a long comment from Richard Lawrence. And he says, the present government of Ukraine was put in...
Just a minute. Let me put this speaker on here. I don't know if people can hear any phone, but I want people to hear.
Testing. Yes, sir. And his name is Richard Lawrence, and he says, the present government of Ukraine was put in by a USA-backed coup. The previous government was elected by the people of the Ukraine and was pro-Russia. America didn't want this because Russia and Ukraine were setting up pipelines and other supply routes which would destabilize the U.S. and its allies' economies.
I got a question right now, Dan. If the people of Ukraine didn't want the government that they have now, what are all them people fighting against Russia for? You know, you trying to make it sound like the United States has the Ukraine as puppets. But it don't look to me like they got them as no puppets. It looks to me like they've elected that man that's president, Mr. Zelensky, was a stand-up comic. And he won an election by a landslide. And now he's showing that he's a patriot because he's willing to stay there and die for his people. And the only reason you typing instead of coming in here talking is because you know you can't defend your position. If the people of Ukraine want to be under Putin, they sure got they got a bad way of showing it. So, you know, that's neither here nor there. You know, I mean, here you talk about Russia like Russia cares, like Putin cares something about you. What have Putin done for you? I mean, you supporting him. I know you getting something out the deal. What makes you support him? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad sure didn't support him. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said he would not seek help from America's enemies. So I mean, let me let you hear. I mean,
to see and understand the truth. What you think of John Maher with
just a moment.
Of his people to come out there to you.
Just a moment. Let me put this on this speaker up here by this phone here. I want to make sure that you can hear this. Because many of you think that we somehow playing some kind of little silly game. I'm not playing no game with you.
Not this science understanding to you. What do you think I do this for? To show off? Or I should say no. I'm showing off in a way, showing you that the power of heaven and earth is now turned over to me.
Now, 1 minute. 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 1 min
There is much I want to talk with you about, but I must not forget to tell you this. I don't go to the nations of the East to get something from them for myself. I get that for you. And now you are spreading all over the path that I've been trying to make for you. Absolutely destroying. Because you want to be the big boy for yourself. And you are making yourself the little boy. What I have been told that you are trying to do, where I have gone along, I feel like the ostrich, want to hide my head in the sand for your foolish act. As soon as I went and began to talk, trade for you with Japan, you hustled there. Want to try to get a private trade for yourself. Such foolish people. Throughout the country there is little clusters of groups of my people here trying to trail me everywhere that I go to get a self-business with the people. If I would go to Russia, you go in there. I can get into Russia today for you if I wanted to. But I respect the American government. I won't go and grab that in to help me. I don't need them. Russia, you go in there. I can get in to get a self-business with the people. If I would go to Russia, you go in there. I can get into Russia today for you if I wanted to. But I respect the American government. I won't go and grab that in to help me. I don't need them.
So what you call yourself getting on me about? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he wouldn't have supported what Russia doing. There's no such thing as a Muslim that supports aggression. The Holy Quran says that Allah loves not the aggressor. I want you to understand something. That the messenger also said to us, he said, you go to war with no man over that of his own. Trying to rob people out of their property, that's wrong. He said, take somebody's property. Take nothing. Take that which Allah give you and that only. You go to war with no man. You go to war with yourself. If God gave the Ukrainian people their country, then that's him and God. You got Russia. Be satisfied and do something with that. And if what you had was better than what the Ukrainians have, you wouldn't have to invade them. They'd be asking you to let them be part of you. They asking the EU to let them join NATO and join the EU. So obviously, they don't. The EU don't have to invade them. They asking to be part of that. Who wants to be part of something that if you disagree, you can't express it without fearing for your life? Huh? The day of dictatorships is gone. You know what a dictator is? If you really want to know. Tell me, what is a dictator? See, if you really, especially you religious people, tell me what a dictator is. I tell you what he is. He's someone who believes he's a God besides God. The only true dictator in the universe is God. I didn't hear you. That's why in political science, people who have been to political science, they tell you, when they come out of there, they tell you that the best form of government is the benevolent dictatorship. That's an acknowledgement of God. Do you understand? For God is the only dictator that truly cares about what's best for those that he dictates over. Do you understand? You don't have to take my word for it. Look at the instructions that's in the scripture. As you would that men do to you, do ye also unto them. If you practice that, you discover that that's good for you. Do you understand? He ain't telling you that because it's good for him. It's good for you. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor. Huh? Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thy neighbor's donkey or ass, they call it, thy neighbor's wife, thy neighbor's anything that is thy neighbor's. Huh? And when you do that, you notice that makes friends for you. That makes you be able to walk down the street and don't have to worry about a knife being stuck in your back. Did you hear me? Yes, sir. So all of the things that Allah dictates to us is for us. That's how you can tell when someone is Allah's representative. He does for you. I mean, I'm not hidden. It's out here. I mean, you in a building that I built this not for just me. It's for us. The things that Allah guides me to do are not things of selfish ambitions. Every plan that I make with the help of Almighty God Allah, it includes you. So, that's Allah's doing. Allah teaches us that it is better to give, to be a giver than a receiver. You know why? Because you couldn't be able to give if you hadn't first already received. You see? And it's another thing. It is better to give than receive. You learn that from the government of the United States, if nowhere else. You notice the United States invested in people who knew how to set up the internet. They were given grants and they were given funding to do that. And now, look where the internet have came to. And because the government supported it at first, now the government gets revenue back from it. It is better to give. It's just another way of saying it's better to invest. Then you can get dividends. Huh? So that's capitalism in its best. in its best form. But anyway, to get back to what the messenger said, see, he said I could get into Russia. He said, but I'm not going to go to America's enemies. He said, I respect the American government. He called Russia America's enemy. Huh? Let's hear that again. Maybe I heard wrong.
Today for you if I wanted to. But I respect the American government. I won't go and grab that enemy to help me. I don't need them.
How can you, having been oppressed as much as we had suffered oppression, how could you condone oppression being done to anybody else? I didn't hear you. Okay, who else had a problem with me, brother? Was that it? All right. Well, you can erase it, because he didn't want to come in here. You did send him a message that he can come in here and discuss it with me, didn't you?
I sent it to him twice.
You sent it to him twice?
I told him earlier and I told him just now.
Will he raise him twice?
Yes.
So that's the way you do that. So, I want to let you see something else here. This is how many of y'all saw the State of the Union? I didn't hear you. Well, I didn't see the whole thing, but I'm gonna get to the cut to the chase here. Let's see here.
Extensively and carefully. We spent months.
Now, the one thing that I liked about this scene here, is that all of the members of Congress and their guests did have the decency to stand up and show respect for the President of the United States. Too bad it wasn't sincere. But it's a start. You know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught me this. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught me, he said, you must create love in your heart for your people. And he taught me the meaning of the term create. The term create, when you create something, you start from nothing. Do you know that the greatest proof that we have never really had love in our hearts for one another is all of the things we were willing to sit back and watch happen to our people that was unjust. And for the most part, we were willing to do nothing about it. We just say, I'm glad it wasn't me. Do you understand? Our lack of love was the greatest cause of our lack of unity among ourselves. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he said, this is what I got out of it. If you have to create love for yourself, then you have to force yourself to do the right thing, even though that ain't really what you wanted to do. But if you force yourself to do it, after a while, it will become a habit with you. And where the action that love is supposed to motivate, if you do that action, pretty soon the love will come to you that goes with that action. You see? It's just like when I first started smoking, it choked me. But I wanted to smoke. So I put up with the choking. This is stupid. Stupid, yeah, stupid. But I put up with it. When I first started drinking beer, I never did like beer. Never did. But I put up with that nasty taste because I wanted that feeling that it gave me that we call getting high. Do you understand? And so I forced myself with the 151, rum and coke, scotch and milk, and all of that stuff. I did all that stuff. But I didn't like it. But I learned myself, I taught myself to like it. Do you understand? I didn't always love my people. When I saw people getting beat down and all that kind of stuff, I said, boy, that's terrible what they doing to them people. When I was growing up, I couldn't relate. But thanks to the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I learned to love my people by acting on it until it became a part of me. Do you understand? So, we create love. This is a good beginning to recreate. The president said he ran because he wanted to restore the soul of America. That was a time when a man became president of the United States, whatever he wanted, Congress made it happen. Didn't make no difference how Congress was divided up. All of them in Congress recognized that this is our president. Do you understand? Out of respect for the office that they created, he got there, give him what he asked for, and he will be to blame for however it come out. Do you understand? So anyway,
6 days ago, Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people. President Zelensky, to every Ukrainian, their fearlessness, their courage, their determination literally inspires the world. Groups of citizens blocking tanks with their bodies, everyone from students to retirees to teachers, turned soldiers defending their homeland. And in this struggle, President Zelensky said in his speech to the European Parliament, "Light will win over darkness." The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States is here tonight, sitting with the First Lady. Let each of us, if you're able to stand and send an unmistakable signal to the world of Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. bright, she's strong, and she's resolved. Yes, we, the United States of America, stand with the Ukrainian people. Throughout our history, we've learned this lesson. When dictators do not pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos. They keep moving, and the cost, the threats to America and America to the world keeps rising. That's why the NATO alliance was created, to secure peace and stability in Europe after World War II. The United States is a member, along with 29 other nations. It matters. American diplomacy matters. American resolve matters. Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and totally unprovoked. He rejected repeated efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond. He thought he could divide us at home, in this chamber, in this nation. He thought he could divide us in Europe as well. But Putin was wrong. We are ready. We are united, and that's what we did. We stayed united. We prepared extensively and carefully. We spent months building coalitions of other freedom-loving nations in Europe and the Americas, from America to the Asian and African continents, to confront Putin. Like many of you, I spent countless hours unifying our European allies. We shared with the world in advance what we knew Putin was planning and precisely how we would try to falsify and justify his aggression. We countered Russia's lies with the truth. And now that he's acted, the free world is holding him accountable, along with 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as countries like the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and many others. Even Switzerland are inflicting pain on Russia and supporting the people of Ukraine. Putin is now isolated from the world more than he has ever been. Together,
now understand something. The only thing that I would offer correction on is that instead of saying Putin is isolated from the world, Putin isolated himself from the world. That's his doing. His actions isolated him. Because the people in Europe have not just memories, they got long memories. They saw this action before, and they sat back and did nothing. I guess they decided that they're not going to make that mistake no more. And the other shoe ain't fell yet. Mr. Putin, you ought to rethink your position and back off. The people around him, if he has the right kind of people around him, they should be advising him that this ain't going to work, that this was a mistake. There's no shame in waking up to the fact that you made a mistake and turn around. Just like if you go down the highway and discover that you done took a wrong turn or whatnot, you don't try to save face by saying, well, I'm going to go this way anyway so that won't nobody know I took a wrong turn. That's not intelligent. The intelligent thing to do is this road ain't going to get me where I'm trying to go. I better turn around here. Do you understand? Okay.
Together, along with our allies, we are right now enforcing powerful economic sanctions. We're cutting off Russia's largest banks from the international financial system, preventing Russia's central bank from defending the Russian ruble, making Putin's $630 billion war fund worthless. We're choking Russia's access. We're choking Russia's access to technology that will sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Tonight, I say to the Russian oligarchs and the corrupt leaders who built billions of dollars off this violent regime, no more. The United States, I mean it. The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy. He has no idea what's coming. The ruble has already lost 30% of its value. The Russian stock market has lost 40% of its value, and trading remains suspended. The Russian economy is reeling, and Putin alone is the one to blame. Together with our allies, we're providing support to the Ukrainians in their fight for freedom. Military assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance. We're giving more than $1 billion of direct assistance to Ukraine, and will continue to aid the Ukrainian people as they defend their country and help ease their suffering. But let me be clear, our forces are not engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies in the event that Putin decides to keep moving west. For that purpose, we have mobilized American ground forces, air squadrons, ship deployments to protect NATO countries including Poland, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And as I've made crystal clear, the United States and our allies will defend every inch of territory that is NATO territory with the full force of our collective power. Every single inch. And we're clear-eyed. The Ukrainians are fighting back with pure courage. But the next few days, weeks, and months will be hard on them. Putin has unleashed violence and chaos, but while he may make gains on the battlefield, he'll pay a continuing high price over the long run. And a pound of Ukrainian people, proud, proud people, pound for pound, ready to fight with every inch of energy they have. They've known 30 years of independence, have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. To all Americans, I'll be honest with you, as I always promised I would be. A Russian dictator invading a foreign country has cost around the world. And I'm taking robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, and that we use every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers. Tonight, I can announce the United States has worked with 30 other countries to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world. America will lead that effort, releasing 30 million barrels of our own strategic petroleum reserve. And we stand ready to do more if necessary, united with our allies. These steps will help blunt gas prices here at home, but I know news about what's happening can seem alarming to all Americans. But I want you to know we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. When the history of this era is written, Putin's war in Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. While it shouldn't have taken something so terrible for people around the world to see what's at stake, now everyone sees it clearly. We see the unity among leaders of nations, a more unified Europe, a more unified West. We see unity among the people who are gathering in cities in large crowds around the world, even in Russia, to demonstrate their support for the people of Ukraine. In the battle between democracy and autocracies, democracies are rising to the moment, and the world is clearly choosing the side of peace and security. This is the real test, and it's going to take time. So let us continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. To our fellow Ukrainian Americans who forged the deep bond that connects our two nations, we stand with you. We stand with you. Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world. We meet tonight in an America that has lived through two of the hardest years this nation has ever faced. The pandemic has been punishing, and so many families are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to keep up with the rising cost of food, gas, housing, and so much more. I understand, like many of you did. My dad had to leave his home in Scranton, Pennsylvania to find work. So like many of you, I grew up in a family when the price of food went up, it was felt throughout the family. It had an impact. That's one of the first things I did as president was fight to pass the American Rescue Plan. Because people were hurting. We needed to act, and we did. Few pieces of legislation have done more at a critical moment in our history to lift us out of a crisis. It fueled our efforts to vaccinate the nation and combat COVID-19, delivered immediate economic relief to tens of millions of Americans. It helped put food on the table. Remember those long lines of cars waiting for hours just to get a box of food put in their trunk? It cut the cost of health care insurance. And as my dad used to say, it gave the people just a little bit of breathing room. Unlike the $2 trillion tax cut passed in the previous administration that benefited the top 1% of Americans, the American Rescue Plan helped working people and left no one behind. Folks,
you can boo all you want, but the truth is the truth. That $2 trillion tax cut that was given to the wealthiest people in this country didn't benefit nobody but them. The American Rescue Plan is people right now that voted against it out there trying to take credit for it because it benefited people in their state, benefited people who hate the current president. But that's a true president's job. It's not just to be president for the people who love you. You're supposed to want to do what's right for even those who don't have sense enough to know it and that hate you. Well, that's the same with messengers of God. Allah didn't tell me to just go warn the righteous. He told me to warn the righteous and the wicked, to save both of them's life. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. If I can't reach you, it's because you wouldn't let me. It's not because I wasn't available. It's because you didn't want me. You rejected me.
And it worked. It worked. It worked. We created jobs, lots of jobs. In fact, our economy created over 6.5 million new jobs just last year. More jobs in 1 year than ever before in the history of the United States of America. The economy grew at a rate of 5.7 last year, the strongest growth rate in 40 years, and the first step in bringing fundamental change to our economy that hasn't worked for working people in this nation for too long.
You know why they stopped clapping on the Republican side? They stopped clapping because they want to come out later and lie to you and tell you that that didn't happen while you know it did. The major thing is that they are no longer in Washington to do the will of the voters. They are there strictly for the power of being able to do what they please in the name of the voters. Do you understand? Your democratic republic, you see the danger that it's in. Anytime you cannot agree on the truth that a president gives you at the State of the Union, that's what he's giving you, the State of the Union, the State of the United States. What state is it in right now? Are there or aren't there jobs? There are jobs. Huh? Is the economy, you heard the stock market opened 600 at a, above what it was. Now, the COVID-19 virus is being dealt with. Things are getting better. Why aren't you clapping for that? Why aren't you happy for that? It's because you don't care about governing for the people. Remember, the Constitution ends, the preamble ends with these words: a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Huh? The people of the United States ordained the Constitution. Okay, if it was ordained by the people, then it's set up that the people may be self-governing through representatives who do what the people want done. Well, then why are all these people up there, regardless to what the majority of the American people want done, they're not doing it? That's why Ben Franklin told you that he gave you a Republican government, a republic, madam, he called it, if you can keep it. What he meant was, if you have sense enough to not let schemers trick you out of it. Do you understand? Putin helped put somebody that he was his puppet into the White House. Huh? And you remember I told him he should stay out of these affairs over here in America? You remember I told him that, didn't I? I told him this is God's doing here. Anytime God single out a country and tell you that he gonna judge that nation, don't matter what that nation did, if he say he gonna judge them, it's because he has taken jurisdiction over that particular country and what happens in it. You'd be wise to stay out of that country's business. Do you understand? Because what happens there is happening because Allah is letting it happen and making it happen. But he didn't stay out of this country's business, did he? Now look at him. Huh? Look, he done turned the whole world against himself because he thinks he's a God besides God. That's what a dictator is. All of you dictators out there, what you are saying is that you got as much sense as God and you should be the boss over everybody and telling everybody what to do. Ain't gonna happen, Captain. All right.
For the past 40 years, we were told that tax break for those at the top and benefits would trickle down and everyone would benefit. But that trickle-down theory led to a weaker economic growth, lower wages, bigger deficits, and a widening gap between the top and everyone else in nearly a century.
Ain't no sense in you trying to jump because he told the truth about what Ronald Reagan said and how it failed. Because you don't give a damn about what Ronald Reagan talked. Ronald Reagan said that Russia was an evil empire. And now half of these people up in the Senate and the House of Representatives call themselves supporting Putin. They was bragging on Putin, talking about he playing chess. And Obama playing checkers. Huh? Was that a wise chess move that he just made? Seemed to me that the European Union and the NATO about to mate him. Okay. You got to know when to fold them. That Kenny Rogers made that song. You got to know when to hold it, and you got to know when to say, this ain't going to work. You can't bluff your way through this. And as far as talking about you going to do some nuclear war, understand something. Now, listen good, because ain't no telling when you may see this happen, depending on how crazy he get. You remember what happened to Pharaoh? Decided he was going to kill all the firstborn. You know what firstborn is. And Allah, let's read it. Let me show you the firstborn here. This is in, since most of y'all got Bibles and not Holy Qurans. So I'm going to go to the Bible. Now I want you to go to 1 Corinthians. And this is the 15th chapter. So go to it with me. I don't want nobody to be left in the dark about what's about to happen. This is the 15th chapter of 1 Corinthians, and we're going to start at the 45th verse. Now look now. It says, and so it is what? Written. The first man, Adam, was made a living soul. The last Adam was made a quickening spirit. The first mind that was made was a natural mind. As the book says, howbeit that was not first which is spiritual, but that mind which is natural. So the firstborn is the natural. Okay, well this natural mind that's in this world here, in Pharaoh, he decide if he decide that he gonna do nuclear war, he said he gonna put them on nuclear alert, right? Okay. Well, Pharaoh in the Bible, Pharaoh said, I'm gonna kill all the firstborn. Ain't that what he said? And when he decided he's going to do that, what he thought he was finna do to them happened to him, huh? Remember I told you that you can't trust electronic stuff? Electrons, everything is, let me explain something to you. The electrons that's in our vessel we have temporary control of. That's why you can reach your hand out and do like that. That's because your brain is controlling the electrons in your body. Do you understand? Of course, now there are electrons all around us. Electrons all around the earth. Electrons in that wood there. Electrons in that plastic. Electrons in that cap on your head. Electrons in them silos that you got your nuclear missiles in. Now, when you decide that you think you're going to kill everybody else with it, them electrons can be ordered to let happen to you what you was planning on doing to others. Now, remember, I told you that. Okay. All right. You think I'm a joke, huh? What you think? We've been on this planet all of these trillions of years and going to let a fool like you destroy us? Some of these people done found out that when I tell them something, they better listen. Why you think don't nobody call me back up and tell me that you can't cast nobody into hell? If I can't cast nobody into hell, how come they ain't clowning with me now? They done went back, you read the book. It says, cast into hell every ungrateful, rebellious one. What does that? Judges talk like that. They say, son, I'd like to help you, but the law say I got to do this to you. I didn't hate you. Allah gave me the authority to execute his judgment because I'm the Son of Man. You notice, Dr. Fuller, is she a dummy? Does she sound like a dummy? You notice she asked me permission to call me a Trekkie? You know, intelligent people, they don't make judgments without knowledge. Intelligence dictates until you can prove I'm not the Son of Man, it would be wise on your part to err on the side of caution. So I'm telling you, the minute you decide, I don't care how many nuclear bombs you think you got, you needn't think that we scared that something you gonna do something to us. Those things only work if we let them work. Now I'm telling you, I'm telling the whole world, don't ever side with the tyrant. Don't ever side with an aggressor, a bully. And my brothers know I mean that. Because I've even gotten into it with people. And, you know, and saw that this person didn't know that they was about to get really hurt. And I stopped it. I stopped my followers. I stopped them. I told them, no, brother, I'm sorry. Huh? I apologize when I didn't owe nobody an apology. But you owe people the same courtesy that you want to be shown. Look, a fight ain't a fight if only one side stand a chance of winning, that ain't no fight. You understand? Now, taking that into consideration and thinking about the history of the United States, do you honestly think that God is going to let an army, a military force like what Russia has, go and murder all of those men, women, and children who are only trying to keep their sovereignty as a nation? You think Allah is going to stand by and let that happen in this day and time? When the time for the kingdom of heaven to suffer violence and the violent to take it by force, that time has ran out. What you think is meant when it says he lift up his hand to heaven and swear by the truth? The truth is him that liveth forever and ever. That time shall be no more. No more for what? No more time for aggression and inhumane treatment of your fellow man. Stop it, or Allah will stop you. Am I clear? All right.
Look, Vice President Harris and I ran for office, and I realize we had fundamental disagreements on this, but ran for office with a new economic vision for America. Invest in America, educate Americans, grow the workforce, build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down, because we know when the middle class grows, the poor go way up and the wealthy do very well. America used to have the best roads, bridges, and airports on earth. And now our infrastructure is ranked 13th in the world. We won't be able to compete for the jobs of the 21st century if we don't fix it. That's why it was so important to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. And I thank my Republican friends who joined to invest and rebuild America. The single biggest investment in history. It was a bipartisan effort, and I want to thank the members of both parties who worked to make it happen. We're done talking about infrastructure weeks. We're not.
You notice President Biden is delivering a message that is called the State of the Union. And you notice he just said something that the other side did stand up on. A bipartisan thing. Huh? He gave them credit for the few of them, I think it was 12 of them, if that meant it. The few of them that did agree on that American plan that helped so many people. Huh? He just called it bipartisan. Showing that I understand what my job is. I may be a Democrat, but when I'm standing up here, I'm talking to my fellow Americans. Do you understand? Because your title American is supposed to supersede Democrat and Republican. You're supposed to remember that you are brethren. You may have different points of views. I mean, I think it was y'all that taught us, white folks. I heard you say this so many times. We can disagree without being disagreeable. Meaning what? We can disagree with each other on what we should and should not do. But we must never be disagreeable to live together in peace. Huh? That's something we don't disagree on, is that we are brethren. The very name, it took some, that was wisdom in the naming of this country. The United States of America. United. Always, when you say the name, it reminds you of what you're supposed to be. Not the Democrat, not the Republican States of America, but the United States of America. United on what? United on the subject of unity. That everything is supposed to be working towards a more perfect, a more complete unity. And what did you do to make sure that that happened? We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more complete union, we established this Constitution of the United States of America. That's what you're supposed to be doing. I know we about out of time. That is feedback from the speaker, so that's old. That's old and gone. Anyway, so as you look, man, I'm just doing to them as I would have done unto me. If it was my country falling apart, I'd appreciate somebody trying to help me put it back together. Huh? You know, if you're going to put your country back together, you better start listening to the voice of righteousness. You better start listening to the voice that reminds you that you are brothers. That you suppose, if nothing else, you are brothers in the fact that you are fellow countrymen. That's a start. You wouldn't even have this country now if you had not united to establish it. Well, if it took your unity to establish this country, did you think you was going to hold on to it in disunity? No. Now let's face it. You're not the same people that you were back in 1492. And let's face it, we, the black man and woman, are not the same people that we was back in 1555. And it's foolish on either of our parts to be dealing with each other as though we dealing with somebody that's long time ago. You better look at the way things are now. It's just like children. You don't talk to a 40 and 50-year-old man just because you knew him when he was 5 years old. And he used to be a little knucklehead or whatever. You don't come up to him calling him knucklehead as a 50-year-old man. You call him by his name. Do you understand? Don't ever make the mistake of not recognizing that people have grown up. That when they was a child, they thought as a child and understood as a child. But when they became men and women, you could no longer deal with them as children because they no longer think as children. Do you understand? Y'all better wake up. I'm warning you, you had better wake up. I don't want to be your enemy. But if you make me your enemy, you're going to discover that that's the worst thing you could have ever did.
I'm talking about an infrastructure decade. And look, it's going to transform America, to put us on a path to win the economic competition of the 21st century that we face with the rest of the world, particularly China. I told Xi Jinping it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. We'll create good jobs for millions of Americans, modernizing roads, airports, ports, waterways, all across America. And we'll do it to withstand the devastating effects of climate change and promote environmental justice.
You know why it's not a good bet to bet against the American people? It's because something that is said in the Holy Bible. We know that America is the land of prophecy. How do we know that? Because God told Abraham, your seed going to be a stranger in a land that's not theirs and shall serve them. Well, where's Abraham's seed? Abraham's seed is here in America. Who that seed been serving? Been serving America. Been serving white people in America. Well, God had a plan for Abraham's seed. He said, and they shall serve them and they shall afflict them 400 years. The first slaves were brought here in 1555. From 1555 to 1955 is 400 years. Now, they used to try to say 1615. Well, from 1615 to 2015 is 400 years. But either way it goes, the book says 400 years. We have fulfilled that. And then it says, and also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. And afterward shall they come out not stupid, not empty-headed, not as fools, but they shall come out with great substance. Substance is knowledge and wisdom and understanding. So it's always a mistake to bet against America, because America is where the substance will be given to the seed of Abraham, and couldn't be given to us if it wasn't first given to somebody else and taken from them. I didn't hate it. The kingdom shall be taken from you and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof. Huh? Now, you don't want to go against somebody who got more sense than you. Never pick a fight with someone who is wiser than you. That's a foolish thing to do. And history teaches you that lesson. Okay.
We'll build a national network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Begin to replace the poisonous lead pipes so every child, every American has clean water to drink at home and at school. We're going to provide affordable, high-speed internet for every American, rural, suburban, urban, and tribal communities. 4,000 projects have already been announced. Many of you have announced them in your districts. And tonight, I'm announcing that this year, we will start fixing over 65,000 miles of highway and 1,500 bridges in disrepair. And folks, when we use taxpayers' dollars to rebuild America, we're going to do it by buying American. Buy American products. Support American jobs. The federal government.
I know why they ain't clapping. Some of them. It's because they've been trying to get rid of America to turn themselves into world dictators. You see, America, as they call it, a great experiment in self-governance. Do you understand? Hadn't been for America, Europe wouldn't even look like it look now, because Hitler would have succeeded. Do you understand? So if you want what Hitler did, see, they keep thinking. Now, this is how they think behind closed doors. Now, let me tell you now. You see, they sit down and they analyze what happened with Hitler. Because he almost succeeded. He ran through Italy. He ran through France. He was about to run through England. Do you understand? Okay. Poland, all of them. He was running the table, man. And if it hadn't been for the United States, we could have had this thing. Huh? Okay, so they've been busy putting their people in place. Got the Southern, you notice they say Putin has a term for Americans who he could use. He call them useful idiots. See, you don't know the meaning of idiot, you see, but you look it up. You look up the term cretin, and the term cretin is C-R-E-T-I-N. And when you look it up, you discover that it is another word for Christian. And when you look at the spelling of it, it means a idiot. When he say useful idiots, he's talking about useful Christians. You understand? Christian, well, let's face it. Anytime you tell somebody that you believe that your salvation, the plan for it, that God's plan for your salvation was the murder of a righteous man. What sane person would believe in something like that? And when someone is not, or someone that's really gullible, that don't think, you call them an idiot. And you notice, didn't no prophet call people Christians? The haters of Jesus, the haters of the believers in that called them Christians. They were first called Christian in Antioch. I didn't hear you. The disciples were first called Christian in Antioch. Why were they called Christians? Because that was not a good term. It was a term that meant idiots or foolish people. A deformed idiot, matter of fact. And they used to feed them to the lions. They didn't have no insane asylums then, so they fed them to the lions and enjoyed watching the lions get them. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, if that ain't true, why don't the Pope or anybody come in here and tell me that's not true history that I just gave you? And then explain to me why didn't Moses call his people Christians? Why didn't Jesus call anyone a Christian? What is that? That's not a term of endearment. It's not a good term. It's a term of insult. Just like you don't hear me refer to myself as no black Muslim. I'm a Muslim, period. The term black Muslim wasn't something the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave us. That's what white people called us. To make black people not want to be bothered with us. They call us the black Muslim because if you was calling somebody black back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, that was an insult to them. So, but I want you to know that I know the truth. And because I know the truth, I'm going to make you know the truth. And I'm saying it in front of the whole world. It's just like these people who used to come up in the Orthodox world of Islam. They tried to say that what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us was not true Islam. But Prophet Muhammad had already borne witness against them. Because Prophet Muhammad said 3 generations after him would no longer be of him. And he also told them that in the last days the sun would rise from the west. And if they had the true Islam, if they had the true religion of Allah, well then the Holy Quran makes no sense. Because the Holy Quran says, Allah, He it is who sent His messenger with the guidance and the religion of truth that He may make it prevail over the religions, all of them. Though the polytheists may be averse. And if the messenger that is going to be sent is going to prevail over all religions, that means he's going to declare war on their religions. I'm the only one declaring war on all of the religions. And it's holy war. It's waged with the Holy Scriptures. You notice I wage war, but not shedding blood, but with the Word of God. And I'm overcoming all of their religions. That's why they say things, but they don't hear what they're saying. They was talking about the coming of the Mahdi, the hidden Imam. Well, if he's hidden, nobody see him. Well, why nobody saw him? Because he's hidden in the Holy Scriptures. No man knew him. As it says, no man knows who the Son is but the Father. Neither any man the Father but the Son, and he to whom the Son will reveal him. So the Son is hidden. Is that right? The hidden guide. That nobody knows who he is. Well, now I'm introducing myself. Since when have you ever heard the Orthodox Muslim world quiet when a man stand up and claim to be the Mahdi? If I'm not the Mahdi, then tell me who I am. Come on in here and tell me who I am. You can let your devils talk you into coming in here insulting me if you want to. I'll fix you and them. So, we're listening to our president. I'm proud of him. You know, he's telling them the truth. But They thought they was talking over our heads. And I made you aware of what they meant when they said America first. Didn't I? January the 6th was the attempt to overthrow America first. Now they're trying to overthrow Ukraine. And, you know, he done lost it now. Got members sitting up in the Senate of the United States supporting a dictatorship. Since when did a democracy, a democratic republic, support dictatorships? It's one thing to acknowledge their existence and deal with them and allow them their choice. But it's another thing altogether to support them against your own president. I didn't hear you. See what America first meant? You don't have to take my word for it. Believe your lying eyes. What else could they have meant after looking at the history of events? But they knew you didn't know what they were saying. You silly enough, foolish enough to think they meant we gonna put our country first. If they put their country first, they would be respecting their president, regardless to what he was. And they never would have put a man in the presidency that was talking all up under women's clothes and showed that he had no respect for women. Is that putting America first? Is that the kind of person that you put out to represent your country? When you love your country, you put a man out there that brings disgrace to your country because he disgraced himself. No, they meant just what I told you they meant. Just like when he said he's going to drain the swamp. I told you that meant he's going to get rid of your government. I told you that before you put him in there. How come ain't nobody say I'm lying? Because all of you heard me tell you that. I didn't hear you. I also told you I'm going to fix you. Didn't I tell him I was going to fix him? All right.
Spends about $600 billion a year to keep this country safe and secure. There's been a law on the books for almost a century to make sure taxpayers' dollars support American jobs and businesses. Every administration, Democrat or Republican, says they'll do it, but we're actually doing it. We'll buy America to make sure everything from the deck of an aircraft carrier to the steel on highway guardrails is made in America from beginning to end. All of it. All of it.
Now that's called making America great again. If I remember Magnavox, RCA, when you got something that was made in America, you had the best. I didn't hear you. Oh, you just. What am I now? What am I? Am I Uncle Tom? See, you can't fix your mouth to call me no Uncle Tom. I'm just stating facts. I mean, when you really look at it, it wasn't, I mean, what do America have? What did America have that the rest of the world didn't have? They had us. Let us make man in our image and let them have dominion. How you going to let them have dominion? We're going to serve them. I didn't hear you. Well, Russia got out there in space and they got a man out there and back here. We can't even get out there, man. It's like, let me help you. And black woman came in there and gave them the figures that they needed to get out there and get back. Now they finally tell you the truth. We've been serving them. It's just like me standing up here now. I'm serving them now. Huh? If they had listened to me, they wouldn't have suffered Donald Trump. They wouldn't have suffered all of this pandemic and all of this stuff that they got. It's a result of not listening to my warnings. I didn't hear you. Any white people disagree with that? Now, ain't that something? I'm here in Mississippi. M-I, crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. You don't hear no white people disagreeing with me. They know it's the truth. I told you. And I'm going to tell you something else. You didn't hear none of them tell me I was lying when I said if the Confederacy had won that war, it wouldn't be no way they would have let you flew no stars and stripes in this country ever again. And you never should have let them think that it was okay to fly that Confederate flag, because all it was you was telling them that they could try it again if they want. I hope you don't make the same mistake with these January 6 people. You better send them a message. Make them pay. Then they won't try that no more. Tell them you love Putin so much, move to Russia. Of course, Putin don't want them because they're stupid. Anytime a man would rather be up under a dictator who you can't disagree with than to be free to make his own decisions and judgments about how he will live his life and whatnot. That man is a fool. Who wants him? The only thing dictators this world producers want with a man like that is to use him and then discard him. You understand? He's a useful idiot.
But folks, to compete for the jobs of the future, we also need a level playing field with China and other competitors. That's why it's so important to pass the Bipartisan Innovation Act sitting in Congress that will make record investments in emerging technologies and American manufacturing. We used to invest almost 2% of our GDP in research and development. We don't now. China is. Let me give you one example why it's so important to pass. If you travel 20 miles east of Columbus, Ohio, you'll find 1,000 empty acres of land. It won't look like much, but if you stop and look closely, you'll see a field of dreams, the ground on which America's future will be built. That's where Intel, the American company that helped build Silicon Valley, is going to build a $20 billion semiconductor megasite, up to 8 state-of-the-art factories in one place. 10,000 new jobs. And in those factories, the average job about $135,000 a year. Some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world to make computer chips the size of a fingertip. The power of the world in everyday lives. From smartphones, technology, the internet, technology is yet to be invented. But that's just the beginning. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger, who was here tonight. I don't know where Pat is. Pat, there you go. Pat, stand up. came to see me and he told me they're ready to increase their investment from 20 billion to 100 billion. That would be the biggest investment in manufacturing in American history. And all they're waiting for is for you to pass this bill. So let's not wait any longer. Send it to my desk, I'll sign it, and we'll really take off in a big way.
Why they ain't clapping? How come? Look at them. Look at him sitting there with his head down. It might be texting somebody. I don't know. Look, some of them sitting over there with that one sitting there with his finger next to his ear and whatnot. Why they ain't clapping? Because they don't want to make America great again. They want to get rid of America first. Do you understand? Wake up and smell the coffee, man. But I had some requests that I enjoyed it so much myself that I wanted to see it again too. So I'm gonna put a pin in it right there, and I may let you hear that whole thing Friday. You know, we got time. The president won't mind, I don't think. He knows where he stands with me. You know, that's a decent man, and he makes me feel the truth of what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, because you know the old saying, a rose by any other name would still smell as sweet. Well, Jesus said this. He said, I have other sheep that are not of this fold. They don't call themselves the same thing, but I must bring them also, that there may be one sheepfold and one shepherd. You have to learn to know people by their deeds, not just by what come out their mouth, but what comes through their deeds. You know, this sometime in the very near future, I'll tell you why that the president chose a black woman to be on the Supreme Court. It was the right thing to do. I'll tell you part of it now. It is because we are black people in this country. We should have someone who is a true advocate and representative of us and our best interests. In courts, white people would not have people on the Supreme Court that don't care about their interests. You say, well, you got Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas, poor brother. You know, I used to be mad at him, but he can't help himself. I'm not, you know, and I don't mean that in a facetious way. I mean, because if you, regardless of what you think or what people said that offended you, people have said many things that offended me, that look like me, people that look like me. Some of y'all done said things about me that you didn't know I knew. But, man, I can't carry that stuff. Solomon already warned me. He said, give not heed to every word which is spoken, lest you hear your servant curse you. I knew that was true when I heard it, because I said things about my own mama under my breath, or my daddy when he didn't do something that I wanted done, that if he'd have heard me, if anybody had heard me, they thought I hated my daddy or hated my mama. But I was just that foolish as a child. I was just popping off. Make me sick. Oh, so-and-so and such and so and so. And I didn't mean it. Just at the time, that's how I felt, and I've said it. Do you understand? But I didn't really mean it. People don't always mean everything that come out their mouth. So you have to see what they do. So, you know, this little lady that this judge, excuse me for calling her little lady, because she's a very, I didn't mean that in a demeaning way, that he has picked for his Supreme Court nominee. I think that she will be a wise jurist, and she's had plenty of experience at it. And if Joe Biden chose her, I think that she will be straight up and down. Do you understand? And that's all you want. You want somebody who will be straight up and down. I'm not asking you to bend the law for me. I'm not asking you to break the law for me. I'm asking you to make sure that the law is equally applied to me. Do you understand? And if you do that, then that's all I can ask. So, anyway, I had a few requests, and so I'm going to let you see that video that our sisters made for our entertainment, and songs that they wrote and performed, that I was I was just so pleasantly surprised at the professionalism of it, and thankful that they had such thoughts. And that's it's nice to put the words of God in music to give us all something to think about. So, you got it ready? All right, well, put it up there and hit them lights. No, turn them off. Come on now, give us some sound. Now, see, I asked you, did you have it ready? Turn the light back on, brother. Yeah. I'm going to wait until this brother get this straight here. And but I want all of you to remember, if you want to, all you got to do is do what you did last night. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Back it up and start it over. In order to really hear this in its true sound, you probably need to go on the internet, because it's playing straight through there. I said, you can't hear no bass in it or nothing. Start it over. Start it over and give us a picture. Start it completely over. Say what?
Darlene. I'm here to introduce a group who you all may be familiar with by now, Soul Essence. This year's Soul Essence showcase that consists of all original songs that they've written. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce Sister Renee, Sister Khadija, and Sister Dara. Let's put our hands together for Soul Essence.
Yes, sir. It's going straight to you. Okay, well then start it over.
Salam alaikum. My name is Sister Darlene. I'm here to introduce a group who you all may be familiar with by now, Soul Essence. This year's Soul Essence put together a showcase that consists of all original songs that they've written. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce Sister Renee, Sister Khadija, and Sister Dara. Let's put our hands together for Soul Essence.
There's nothing else for me. I didn't do nothing. No, sir. You said you was hooking it up to the Bluetooth.
Yeah, connected to the Bluetooth.
Get the sound back.
Sit back, sit back, sit back. Now where you at? Where you at? Where you been? Where you been? 'Cause there's a man understand with a plan. He got plans. You say black, white, order your night, night, night. And he's doing that in plain sight.
Since I can't deny. Since he found me, no more sleepless nights. It's salvation, no imitation. From the eastern to the western, all directions, yeah. I'm playing no games. Every word that I'm saying is coming straight from the heart. So if you wanna get in a chord,
Better leave your heart open.
better leave your heart open.
He'll cast out the darkness.
He'll cast out the darkness, the darkness.
I want you to feel the way I feel, a sense of calm in the midst of a storm.
Tell him what you're going
Now you so tough, so you claim, waiting on God. Said you want change.
That's what you said.
If that's so, why you reject when He showed Himself in the book you claim to worship? Don't you dare keep Him waiting. The only man with salvation. And Ecclesiastics 12 and 13, fearing Him while keeping your duty. I ain't playing no games. Every word that I'm saying is coming straight from the heart. So if you wanna get in a chord,
better leave your heart open. And let the light shine on your mind.
He'll cast out the darkness. Want you to feel the way I feel, a sense of calm in the midst of a storm.
Tell him what you're going through.
La la la, la 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 la.
Darkness into light.
La 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 la.
Makes everything so right.
La 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 la.
Oh, I'm trying to let you know. Better leave your heart open.
Better leave your heart open. Want you to feel the way I feel, a sense of calm in the midst of a storm.
Tell him what you're going through.
Woke up early this morning with a smile on my face. Sunshine all around me. What a beautiful place.
Well, it was not my imagination. No, it wasn't running away with me. It was the destination for the new foundation of love. I'm so thankful for all of your devotion. Now there are no more cloudy days, and you know what? I second that emotion. Your love reigns supreme, backed up by your deeds, faithful and teaching, so faithful, I'm never empty. This world can't compete with the gift of your peace. So sweet, 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 so sweet, sweet, so sweet, sweet, sweet. Your love is so sweet. And when you call me up, don't you know that I'll be there? 'Cause ain't no mountain high enough to keep me from your love and care. Oh, don't you know that Marvin Gaye was right when he said, you're all I need to get by. 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 Your love is free. You love your deeds. Faithful and teaching. So full I'm never empty. This world can't compete with the gift of your peace. So sweet, 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 sweet. So sweet, 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 sweet. Your love is so sweet. Out of all who show perfection, he is the most perfect. Out of all who show compassion, he is the most compassionate. Of all who show forgiveness, he's the most forgiving, the most merciful. Of all who show mercy. And that's why I call him my life. He needs all in all. He is the most just. He is Jehovah. The most high, he is the most wise, he is the truth, he is the light. I
undo that deal there on top of that for me. Bring me my stand, my holder back. Unscrew it. Well, you know, it's nice to have so many talented brothers and sisters around. I'm a rich man. Sure as I tell you. You know, when you're surrounded by talented people, you're a wealthy person. So, all praise is due to Allah. I hope you all appreciated Dr. Fuller as much as I did. And for people of her caliber to accept invitations to come in here to talk with us is an honor. And as the messenger said, you should always honor those who have skills and knowledge that you and I don't have. You know, don't ever refuse to honor people who can elevate you. So you don't know what's the problem, brother. They dim because I dimmed them. Asking him, you know, they don't think that. It's if you honor everybody, I remember the messenger said, respect everybody, and everybody will respect you. When you know, if Dr. Fuller didn't respect us, ain't no way she'd spend almost 2 hours with us. But you got that respect because you respected her. And always remember something. This is for all of you all's future information. Whenever you have a guest that comes in to speak with you on a particular topic, stick with the topic. You know, I'm not surprised that when a person that is knowledgeable and knows that which they are sharing with you, it does not surprise me that you don't have any, if you don't have any questions when they finish talking. Because it's just like with me, when I'm talking to people, you very seldom find people have questions for me when I finish. It's because I explain what I mean by what I say. When I give you some knowledge, I'm not just giving you the knowledge, I'm giving you the understanding that was in my mind at that particular level, that I'm passing it on to you. So that you don't have no question about what I said. That's why it takes me so long to teach you. It's like she was apologizing for giving such a long answer. You don't never have to apologize for giving a long answer to people who really wanted the answer. Do you understand? It takes time. Anybody can drop off some lumber. It don't take them people long to deliver your lumber when you bring it to, when you order some lumber from the lumber yard or whatever. They come by there, and then he drive up there, and about 15 or 20 minutes later, he leaving. But when you try to put that lumber together to build something, that takes time. It takes time to build up understanding in the mind of another person that you have. If they want to have the understanding that you have, they have to have patience to let you build it up. Do you understand? Okay. So all praise is due to Allah. So we're not going to belabor that. It's Wednesday night, and I'm going to let you go. What's wrong? Turn it down a little bit. So when you don't have them pointed towards the microphone or whatever, you can get a volume up a little bit more. And that's why I turned them the way I turned them. Maybe I need to turn it more towards that way. But we'll take care of that next time. So I'm going to, unless someone had questions, I want to give a shout out to my brothers and sisters in Toronto. And and you all make sure that you help Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He's trying to do the right thing. Understand this, let me say this and then I'm going to let y'all go. When you are at war, when America was at war in World War II, they not only drafted men, but most men start volunteering, just like those young men and women volunteering to stand up there and defend their country in Ukraine. But something else happened too. They took over factories and whatnot that was building cars, and instead of starting building cars, they switched over to building jeeps and tanks and airplanes. Instead of commercial planes, they started building, they retooled and started building planes that for the military. And didn't nobody say, we want our freedom, we want our, that's what they was fighting for, to keep their freedom. Do you understand? When war breaks out, if you want to keep the freedoms that you enjoy, you have to protect those freedoms by going to war against that which threatens to deprive you of those freedoms. That's what these people in this country seem to have forgotten. This virus declared war on the planet. And when the generals, you notice, you don't just call the top doctor, the surgeon, the chief surgeon, you call him the Surgeon General. Do you understand? When there's an attack on your government and its laws and rules, you have an attorney general. They have generals for a reason. When this virus hit these shores, it was time, since the virus declared war on the United States, when it came to shore, the generals that were there, the surgeon generals, the people who were the CDC, they are the ones that we should have been listening to. We should have been obeying them and not getting up in their face talking about, I got my freedom and I ain't got to do it. You won't have nothing in the graveyard. But you lost your way. There was a time when there was no way you would have had to stand up and talk to white people in America about submitting to the scientists, the scientific community of the CDC, to deal with an unseen enemy that was destroying tens of thousands of American lives. But that's what happened when you decided that you would take a giant step backward and allow people in your government that instead of learning from history, they wanted to repeat it. So, you put a man in office that you knew was a racist, bigoted fool. Because that's what you said you wanted. We don't need no fearless leader. We don't need nobody to think this stuff up. For the next 20 years, the leadership will come out of the House and the Senate. So just concentrate on electing a Republican that has good dexterity and can sign what we put in front of him. Remember Grover Norquist said that? And like a fool, you did it. And now you've almost lost your country. You know, you couldn't almost lose your country unless you first almost lose your mind. And when you elected Donald Trump, that was a sign that you just about done lost your mind. Mighty strange, there's nobody arguing with me. They ain't trying to even attempt to argue with me now. You know why? Because I prove everything I say as I say it. So the only one who try to argue with me is he who makes a fool of himself. You even heard Dr. Fuller agreeing with me when I gave you an analogy of things. You think she was just agreeing with me for the sake of agreeing with me? Scientists don't do that. They'll tell you, no, that ain't quite it. Do you understand? Look, I understand the supreme wisdom of the Holy Scriptures. What make you think I don't understand your little wisdom? I'm warning you. Y'all better get out from behind this dictatorship stuff and all that kind of. The only dictator gonna be on this planet now is Almighty God Allah. We sent no messenger, but that he should be a dictator. Now you fix it like you want to. Okay, I'm through with it. And for tonight, may Allah bless us, keep us safe, and in our right minds. And grant each of us who believe in and are willing to obey him, may he grant us a peaceful and pleasant night's rest and sleep, and a happy, peaceful, and pleasant morning's rise. May Allah's Salam alaikum.